Alright, enough shenanigans, we got shit to do. Yo, what's up? Welcome to Fragmentor Stream. We are on YouTube. I don't know if it's gonna be continuous on YouTube. I'm giving Twitch a shot. I gave it a couple weeks, maybe a month, I don't even know. Now we're giving YouTube a shot. We'll see how it goes. I don't know. So far I like YouTube more. My chat is about as developed on both, on Twitch and on what's it called? So it doesn't matter. Ooh, we got mangas to read later. Nice. Ooh, beginning after the end. Okay, so before we start with League lore, we got a video by Josh Hayes, which I missed like 2 weeks of. Holy shit. Well, we'll see what he says. Fuck it. See what Josh says. Then we have Bellular shilling for WoW again because he's excited about stuff. Then we have some more Bellular. Then we have some Narc. And I know there was a video by Necrit that I wanted to watch. Necrit? I think it's Necrit, right? Yes. The bosses and raids of Riot's MMO. We'll watch that a bit. I mean, a bit. Like 52 minutes gonna be quite a watch. I might need to divide into bits. The idea I had for the raids in Mount Targon would be, following our laws of physics in the magical world, of course, that the Earth in motion would promote the rotation of bosses, since every month a new one constellation visible for a month. So the problem between Targon and the Celestial Realm would be for a temporary raid. Many bosses there would be, and which ones would be, of course, Riot decides, I guess. But this would allow them to one time or another add or remove new raids in a single point, allowing for an eternal renewal of the place and keeping the things interesting in the place. Some of them already setting up future antagonists, fiddlesticks. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what this is about. This is a massive video, so it'll be a while. Anyways, let's start the day with some Josh Hayes. Overall, his takes on MMOs are decent, are good. Let's just say this: they are good. Okay. What's wrong with the scenes? There we go. That's better. It looks better now. Anyways, as always, before we start with the video, we go through the comments. Let's see what people are saying. Fanza14 has noticed this in recent patches. They have been remaking the early dungeons to have actual mechanics like you'd see in a max level dungeon, just a bit slower and easier to dodge. Very well said. Guild Wars 2 does a good job with their zone scaling design to supplement this idea. And FF14 roulettes and dungeon scaling make a good attempt at this solution too. I hope developers continue to realize the disparity that has slowly grown between the MMO and RPG elements of their games over the years. And remember that we wanted to do this thing together. City of Heroes had this figured out more than 15 years ago. Sidekick bring lobbies up to high player level. Or Exemplar allow high-level players to participate in low-level content via voluntary nerfs. Let players play together instantly and experience or re-experience content far outside their own. This actually led directly into something really interesting, since players had unique storylines based on their superhero's origin. They would not experience any of the other origin storylines without making another character, or voluntarily exemplaring themselves and helping out other new players through their origin storylines. Okay. My partner and I started playing FF14 2 years ago when we were invited by friends who were max level. They took us through many of the first dungeons and trials, and then when we got comfortable in the mid-level, Playing style, we went through Palace of the Dead, the deep dungeon together. It was new content for all of us, which was really fun to be able to do. Now my partner and I are max level, hopefully 2 years later, and are inviting other friends to play with us, and being able to do the dungeons draw with them is so rewarding and cool. Also want to mention FF14's Hall of the Novice. I had never played an mmoRPG when I started 14, and those friends told me to go do that before going into Sastasha. Got lots of info that helped, as well as a new shiny set gear. 14 isn't perfect, but it does a lot of these things really well. Anyways, let's watch the video.
Skirmishes, dungeons, and raids. Skirmishes, dungeons, and raids. Endgame content in many mmoRPGs, often large-scale, team-based challenges where a mix of players with different classes, skills, and specializations work together to take down a massive multi-mechanic boss and earn some epic loot. Now, usual design has dungeons and raids as the content...
No. You don't get it, Josh. In all MMOs except WoW, you would get loot for killing a raid boss. Except WoW. In WoW, what you get is maybe 4 out of 20% chance you're gonna get some shit. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
You reach after hours and hours of early game grinding, but I think dungeon and raid-like experiences should be available for all players from the very start of an mmoRPG.
So about dungeons, I agree. The problem with having raids available, technically raids are available pretty early on, even in WoW. Like, well, I guess maybe not. When would you be able to do a raid in WoW? Level 30, I think? Currently? Yeah, I think it's level 30. But, like, who's gonna do it with you? You know?
People are often saying the MMO has become less social, and we need to find ways to help encourage player interaction.
The reason MMO became less social is because we are overly social everywhere else. You're not social in the game because of Discord and YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. That's why you're not social in the game. Not saying that it's like, well, I get my social fucking kicks out of Facebook. No, but it's like you go to a stream of somebody who plays the MMO and you can talk to the people there. You can pretend talk to the streamer, pretend that he cares. So it's like the parasocial stuff kind of ruins social interactions for people in game. I would say that's a big one.
Mechanics which facilitate the whole multiplayer element of the MMO acronym. Then there are players saying they feel apprehensive about being thrown into multiplayer content and not quite...
Also, this is just a random theory by me. I think the reason mmoRPG players are not social is because majority of them are boomers, and boomers are naturally not very social. It's like they have their own friend group that they already know because they've been playing mmoRPGs for the last 20 years. So they have those people, or on another note, they might not have any friends left to play mmoRPG, so they just gave up on making friends because all of their friends left them. So they're like, fuck it, I don't need no friends, I can play this on my own. Two reasons that MMORPG players are not social.
Knowing what to do, being given a sudden surge of responsibility for other players. And then you have old players lament how they can't team up with their lower level mates because there's very little content which applies to both of them. Well, early game dungeons and raids could potentially address all of these things without compromising the solo experience. So, let's discuss. Welcome, I'm Josh Drive-Hayes. I've played a lot of MMORPGs, and one of the design choices I see most often, a trope of the genre if you will, is dungeons and raids need to be end-game content, as in you must slog through the rest of the game to get to them.
What is this mug? Is this a mug of himself?
And I find this a shame, because dungeons and raids are some of the best experiences you can have in an MMORPG. They facilitate multiplayer content, allowing you to team up with your friends or the community as a whole. They're also a great way of teaching new players mechanics, both relevant to their class.
I would agree to this part. I don't know if, like, I would say this is, like, the peak of MMORPGs, being able to do a dungeon. Like, depends, I guess, but like learning mechanics and stuff like that dungeons is a great way, yeah.
and relevant to the in-game environment specifically.
Yeah.
If your game is going to become about dungeons and raids, then setting that as the foundation is a really good starting point. You build off what your game will become with a simpler version of what it will become. New players that are joining your...
How would you do raids for lower level, though? I think Final Fantasy does it well with trials, so you have the trials throughout leveling. Obviously, you don't... Actually, you have them through 1 to 50 as well, right? You have Ifrit is at like level 32, I think. So technically, and Ifrit is technically a raid. It's a trial, yeah, but it's like essentially a raid boss. It's an 8-player, 8-man raid and stuff like that. So, I mean, I guess... But I don't know. How would you really integrate early raids, especially like something like WoW, where it's like no one queues for early raids, you know, because there's no point.
MMO for the first time, or experienced players coming from another game to yours don't want to feel that they're playing through an irrelevant section of your game before getting to the good bit, what it could be. People don't want to feel like your early game is filler. And one of the best ways to make players feel that they are always playing something relevant is to allow dungeons, raids, or multiplayer group content to be available from the very start.
See, I agree. However, I don't know how you would... Like, first of all, I need to understand which mmoRPG he's really talking about. Because Guild Wars 2, I would say you didn't feel relevant. Dungeons start pretty damn late, I feel like, in Guild Wars 2. At least it takes a while before you hit your first dungeon. Things like level 30 something. And it's like, okay, raids, I didn't even get to raids, and I got to like max level, so it's like I don't even know when raids start in Guild Wars 2. ESO has tons of dungeons. The trials, I think it's called trials too, start max level, so obviously don't have those. I don't know, man, like, it feels like in all MMORPGs, the end game is really where the raids are. The dungeons, obviously, you get throughout leveling, but it's like raids, like, I feel like it requires too many people and too much of a high chance of failure, so it's a waste of time.
Before we begin, a massive thank you to all the supporters on...
Damn, look at all these fucking supporters. Holy
Patreon
shit,
and
man.
Twitch who keep the channel alive. You've been asking if I'll put the Patreon names on 2 pages. No, I won't. The text will just keep getting smaller. More information on how you can support at the end. For now, let's talk dungeons. To understand why...
It's like at some point people have to use the magnifying glass.
I feel this element of MMO design needs to be pushed far more. We need to understand the strengths of player choice in roleplay games, the strengths of player interaction and ease of access in multiplayer games, and how they combine within MMOs. Let's start with the basic foundational strength of the RPG genre. We're not going to look at multiplayer yet. Take some of the greatest RPGs of all time. Baldur's Gate, Morrowind, The Witcher 3. They all focus on allowing the player to explore a variety of gameplay styles and taking on challenges with a slight personal touch.
Why are you rolling all the
time? On magic or melee, light armor or heavy armor? Are you slow and calculated or brash and aggressive? But beyond that, they are designed so the player gets to experience the strength of the game relatively early on. If the game is focused on narrative choices like Baldur's Gate, you'll be making narrative choices quickly. If it's focused on tracking and hunting monsters like in The Witcher 3, you'll be tracking and hunting a griffin as your first task. If it's about encouraging open world exploration like Morrowind, you'll be sent off to join a guild. These are gameplay elements the game will build on for the rest of the game because they value them. They lay the foundation for the groundwork for what the game will become very early. Put simply, if an RPG game knows that it...
The Witcher 3 was such an easy game, I actually had to make it on like the hardest mode to actually get challenged. And all it did really is make the bosses just have way more HP and hit harder. But because of the shield sign, it was like still a joke.
Its endgame experience is a certain type of gameplay, it will prepare you as a player for that type of gameplay from the start. It may even use a more toned down, simplistic version of that gameplay as the training in itself. There's a reason that single-player RPGs don't pad themselves out with kill 10 of this or collect 10 of this, because they know that design is padding and not necessarily engaging. If the game...
And also, I don't know why MMORPGs would do that if they know it's padding and not engaging. Just don't do that fucking design. I prefer the Final Fantasy way where it's like, well, just kill 2. You know, whatever. kill 2 or 3 kind of like on the way, you know, so whatever.
The game itself is a giant challenge. Everything it will give you is preparation and training to take on that challenge at the end. MMORPGs have great challenges at the end game. It's just such a shame that the early and mid-game experience is less about preparing for the challenge and more about wasting the player's time until they reach the challenge. Now let's look at some of the more popular multiplayer games, not necessarily RPGs, just multiplayer experiences like
Do people still play this game? Bro, I never liked this game.
Minecraft, Fortnite, or League of Legends. In this footage specifically, me playing Fall Guys. Bear with me, this does make sense. I believe one of the greatest strengths of these games is you can invite your friends to play and be playing with them almost immediately. You tell them about an awesome new game you found or a game you've played for years, they download it, and then you're gaming together. You may be highly skilled, they may be a beginner, or you may both be beginners, but you can play together. And here's the important touch. You can both do the thing that the game is good at.
Bro, this map is so shit. How are you even gonna turn that blue over? What the fuck? This is such a dumb map.
Or is known for quickly. You can build in Minecraft. You can start shooting in Apex Legends. These games do not make you play through hours of early content before rewarding you with their best. For example, with Fall Guys, it took me about 30 seconds from launching the game to finding a game and playing with the community. Now, I know that MMORPGs are much more complicated, but what we're looking at here is the multiplayer aspect of playing with other people.
But here's the thing, you might as like Fall Guys, you might as well play with bots. Like there's the stuff where you play with your friends and stuff, okay, that's cool. But if you just join a random game, you might as well play with bots, to be honest.
Easily. And now I'd like to ask a simple question. When you're talking to your friends about MMORPGs that you have played, reliving the epic adventures that you have had, and you're trying to convince them to come and play with you, what kind of things do you talk about? Now, I broadly see people bring up 2 main topics when trying to advertise their MMO experience. Either difficult achievements they have worked toward and completed which they're proud of, like killing a boss, or finally getting a rare achievement, finishing a jumping puzzle, or crafting a mythic item, which would make sense because the RPG element is designed to value this progression. Or they talk about...
I would never talk about stuff like that to somebody who doesn't play the game because they don't understand the achievements. Like, oh, well, you crafted a pixelated item, that's cool. No, I would say it's like, it's really cool, it's really fun, the dungeons are fucking interesting. You don't go into detail, because the details don't help the person who's like, doesn't know the game. Like, yo, the dungeons are sick, man, you're gonna do like all this fucking explode shit, pull a lot of, like something that, I don't know. But it's like, how would I sell WoW to a friend? It's like, yo, man, you can get this cool mount. Like, why would he care about a cool mount? He doesn't even play the game, like... It's a pixelated fucking bullshit. Like, of course he wouldn't care.
Multiplayer experiences they've had with friends, from chilled, relaxed evenings chopping trees and fishing together, or more dramatic evenings delving into dungeons or hunting rare loot in dangerous places, which makes sense again because MMOs are multiplayer games. The strongest and...
But who talks about that stuff? It's like, it's so weird. Who talks about this stuff? Like, imagine you're going to an outing to a bar. It's like, yo, yeah, I just finished this hard dungeon run. Who talks
Powerful
about this?
personal anecdotes, though, are often combinations of both of them. Overcoming difficult challenges with your friends, like beating a boss together. When you're trying to convince your non-MMO playing friends to come and join you, you will tell them about all the amazing stuff that you can go and do together. Multiplayer...
Yes, that's literally all you would talk about. But you won't go into detail, because if you go into detail, the person would just be like, okay, so what do I need to do to go into raid? You need to level to max level, you need to do your conduits, you need to do your, your alliances, you need to grab this gear, you need to do some mythic plus to gear up for this. Like, yeah, you're not gonna go into detail. You're gonna be like, yo, we can play this game together. It's like... I don't know. Like, how do you sell an mmoRPG to a friend? I have no idea. It's like, you either want to play or not. It's like, it's a game I'm playing, I'm enjoying it, you'll probably enjoy it. Why? Try it and see. That's literally the best sale pitch I can give a friend to try and play an MMO. It's like, because you can't go into detail, it's irrelevant.
Player experiences such as dungeons and raids. But
oh my god.
What then happens when that person joins the game for the first time and realizes they are hours, days, in some cases weeks away of both the experience
they are.
and being able to team up with you.
Because they
More
are.
often than not, when a new friend
In
joins a
any
new
game.
mmoRPG, they now have to go through hours and
I can't play League of Legends with friends who just start playing League of Legends. It's not gonna be fun. It's the same thing. I don't want to play Warzone if I'm like I've been playing Warzone for like 2 years and my friend just joined Warzone. Trust me, I'm not gonna have fun. He's gonna keep dying and I'll just keep killing and it's like keep resurrecting him. He's not gonna have fun. I'm not gonna have fun. If we play League together, oh, that's great. Oh, a diamond player playing with a fucking iron player. Oh, that's fantastic. Guess who you're gonna be facing? Other diamond players. You think my friend's gonna have fun playing against diamond players? Fuck no. You know, it's like, it's so dumb. That's how the game works. All games, right? It's like you can't just bring a new person into a game you've been playing for a long time and somehow you will both have fun. The only time this would happen is maybe like puzzle games, maybe something as stupid as Fall Guys. Even Fall Guys probably not, because you'll just, you know the map, you'll just rush to the ending and your friend will be stuck at the beginning, fucking keep falling. You're not gonna have fun if you play with somebody completely new. They need to get into the game and really put time in it. I have never had fun with a friend that joined the game and they sucked at the game. It's not, I don't find it possible.
hours of early games.
Unless all you do is like super social stuff, but then it's like the game doesn't matter what game it is, it's just a platform. You might as well be on Discord and just chat while you play your own game.
Before reaching the fun bit that you were talking about or that you are at. And it's very hard to keep the energy and enthusiasm of, yeah, it's going to be amazing, we're going to go on adventures together, when you know you're following it up with, but first, several hours, possibly weeks, of early game grind. I had this exact experience when I tried to invite new friends to play essentially any mmoRPG with me.
Any game. It's not even just MMO. Any game.
Realization that if I stayed on my high-level character, they were hours away from anything we could do together relevant to both of us. And if I start...
The only time that you can play an MMO with a friend and he's new, make a new character. Level with them. Don't tell them anything. It's like, how do I play Elden Ring with friends? We both make a new character and I'm hands off. We just fight mobs and that's it. He discovers everything. Right? If he asks a question, I'll give him a hint. Right? But I would have to be able to enjoy that part of the game. If I'm not enjoying that part of the game, but that's what the game is about, the exploration and the challenge, guess what? It's not going to be fun for my friend or for me, you know?
Started a new character,
Sorry, it won't be fun for my friend if I just demolish everything and just like lead him by the nose, right? Just like, yeah, we're going here, we're going here. That's not gonna be fun for him. Or it might not be fun for me to just fucking start a new character and just be like, oh, we're re-exploring everything I already explored for hundreds of hours.
Would both be hours away from anything remotely challenging worth teaming up on.
Always.
Now, this is an
It
issue with
doesn't
the linear
matter.
nature of constant power gain in an RPG set in a multiplayer world. If you balance content for a certain power level, it is impossible below and irrelevant above. You're essentially creating brackets of gameplay experience, and if both players aren't in the same bracket, they can't enjoy the game together. Imagine the impact on early game player retention if multiplayer games like Apex Legends or Minecraft or Fortnite or even League of Legends simply did not let high-level and low-level players play together. And if both players start again as low-level, they must both go through hours of early game experience before the multiplayer challenge opens up. The mmoRPG combines the RPG-style gameplay with the online multiplayer element, and ironically, it does neither of these very well in the early to mid-game. If your end game is dungeons, raids, and bosses, and your early game is 8 to 20 hours of fetch quests and kill X quests, you have not laid the foundation for what will eventually become your core gameplay loop. And
I agree on this point. I don't see a fix for this. Do you just do Dungeon Runner? Like, the only game you can probably do it in is Monster Hunter. I believe that's pretty much all raids all the time. Right? Or like all dungeons and on raids and bosses and all the time. That's one of the only games. I don't even know if you can call it an mmoRPG. It's kind of like a dungeon crawler, technically. Right? But...
so you can't teach the player the relevant skills they need to succeed within that gameplay loop. And if you're trying to team up with your friends and you can't until you've played many hours of single player experience, then you're going to fall to the wayside against multiplayer games that encourage people teaming up from the very start. You're not playing to the strengths of the RPG, and you're not playing to the strengths of a multiplayer game. So how do we fix this? Well, one solution would just be to boost the new player to maximum, level scale them up to their friends and let them go and do a raid. This way their friend doesn't lose any progress, and it...
That won't really work. First of all, the friend will be carried because he wouldn't understand what the fuck is going on. Second of all, in an mmoRPG, when you get to max level, you get a lot of buttons you're not used to. It's not gonna be very fun to try to figure out your rotations while the boss is being fought.
It skips the early game irrelevant grind and makes playing together effectively instant. But doing this brings up one of the most overlooked aspects of multiplayer content. It is remarkably scary for a new player to be thrown into multiplayer content with a level of responsibility you have not been trained for. The pressure of knowing other people are relying on you when you don't know what to do is quite intense. And when I say
especially if you're a main job, tank or heal. Well, in Final Fantasy, unless it's Savage, you only need one tank, really. In most trials, I believe you only need one tank, unless the tank dies. But like healers, you kind of want two healers.
What to do, I don't mean specific boss mechanics, I mean a foundation understanding of your class, role and skills within your team. Traditionally, the tank will use taunts to grab the trash mobs and then pop some mitigation while DPS burns them down. But if you've been leveling a tank class and the early RPG experience is kill X, collect X and talk to NPCs, you won't have experienced needing to taunt, mitigate or manage aggro for other players. A similar thing happens for healers. Healing yourself is very different to healing others, and knowing to prioritize the tank is something that we all take for granted, but a new player won't know. Even DPS players know you need to focus the enemy healers first or the fight is going to be longer, but common sense to us is actually years worth of solidified knowledge and is not obvious to a new player. So what we can ideally start looking at is a low stakes but highly educational experience within the early game of an MMORPG that new players and old players can access together, that will place them both onto a relatively simple, level playing field, potentially scaling the higher players down to make sure they're not overpowered. It will give the new players foundation knowledge of what the end game is going to become. It will allow them to experience their class and their role and responsibility within a party of players, hopefully giving them the confidence to step away from this training dungeon into a more complex, difficult endgame experience. It doesn't need to be anything complex within the narrative of the world. Maybe the king is recruiting for guards and has created a training course where the players need to navigate some danger.
Yeah, like a training course, something similar to how Final Fantasy has it with I guess technically it's a training course and teaches you mechanics of dodging, teaches you like, hey, don't focus the tank, focus the DPS or the healer first, stuff like that. Yeah, but like, I don't know, man, like at the end of the day, you want the person, I would say honestly, even in an MMORPG, you want the people, I'm not saying the quests are good where you have to kill 20 mobs or whatever, but at the end of the day, you want them to get used to their character before you throw them into an environment filled with people knowing what the fuck they're doing, you know?
Dangerous terrain, fight some trash mobs, and then kill a boss, and you've got a variety of enemies, healers, ranged damage dealers, crowd control mechanics. And as you progress through, there are NPC trainers explaining the situation to you and which of your specific skills you will need to complete this challenge most effectively. You are effectively hiding a class and dungeon tutorial within the narrative of learning how to be a guard. This training dungeon doesn't need to be super complex, it just needs to be challenging enough for a new player to feel trained, tested, and then rewarded. And hey, if you're still nervous about your role within a group with other players, this dungeon can have AI-controlled bots filling the roles you're not playing, and you could have them explaining why they're doing what they're doing so you understand their roles as well. And if you're still unsure about the potential for this system, consider this. A max level player will often finish a new dungeon or raid having fought side by side with their friends, then they'll sit back and think, that was awesome, because that is what their game can be. Now as a
I don't know, man. I never felt this. I cannot relate. I never felt this type of that was awesome from like a dungeon or a raid. Usually it was like, where the fuck is my loot?
new player What moments have made you sit back and think, that was awesome? It's unlikely to be the...
I mean, I would say this was the best and worst moment of my raiding career. Doing heroic on Taurus, I got a Titan Forge set chess piece that Titan Forge to 985 with a socket. I got my best in slot chess piece from a heroic dungeon. That felt really good and really bad, because that made me quit Mythic raiding for basically a whole expansion, plus on Taurus. Because like, why the fuck am I even doing this shit? It's like such a waste. I can do it on heroic.
The 15th Kill 15 Bears quest, and yet this is the vast majority of early game experiences. If new players cannot have engaging, awesome experiences with their old friends because there's no content bracket they both share, or they're too nervous to level boost, they will try to convince their old friends to start new characters. And if the old friends kindly do this, they'll then realise those awesome multiplayer moments are hours and hours away, replaced by the not very awesome experience of grind, which is a shame. Let's look into combining
just run some BGs or some shit, I guess.
Strengths of the RPG, foundation experiences building into greater challenges, and the multiplayer elements of multiplayer games. Easy to join groups. By building the endgame foundation from the start and letting players experience it together.
I heard this game is good, man, but it just looks so not good, you know? It's like I can't even... I think I got to like level 2 and I quit. I was like, I couldn't look at it.
Your game shouldn't begin at endgame. It may become extremely challenging at endgame, that's fine, that's actively encouraged, but it needs to start preparing the players for that.
This game had the best designed class. The Ranger, the best fucking game, like the best fucking character class, whatever. It was so much fun, and I wish somebody in an MMO would make it. Honestly, Survival Hunter should be what Ranger is in Neverwinter. Hands down. Or a tank. But I prefer if they go with this way.
That challenge from the beginning. New players want to look at the most challenging content like dungeons and raids, stuff they can't do yet, and then they want to look at what they're currently doing and be able to see relevance or connection. They want to hear the amazing stories from their friends and then go have similar adventures or experiences knowing they are working toward them. If your game ultimately becomes something because that something is the best your game can be, then versions of that something need to be available for all players throughout the game. The mmoRPG is a fascinating genre which more often than not, unfortunately, combines the weaknesses of all of its individual parts.
I would say this is the biggest problem for mmoRPGs, and it's not... I mean, for his point of view, Dungeons and Raids should be early game, I get that, that's fine. But I would say the biggest problem of mmoRPGs is the RPG aspect and balancing it out. When you play a single-player RPG, you want to explore, you want to see, you want to try new things, you want to like make a new character and try a different build, stuff like that. That's why you play single-player RPGs, right? It's like, and obviously story and stuff like that. In an mmoRPG, you can't really do that. You can make a new character, but it's like exploration kind of once, and it's also usually not much to explore in mmoRPG. You can't go to like a hidden cave that no one has discovered. Kind of like, you know how you've seen an anime or a manga, it's like, you are the first to discover this dungeon. It's like, you clear, it's like, this dungeon will disappear within 30 days. Until it disappears, everyone gets 2x XP while in this dungeon. Of course, no one knows where the dungeon is, you're not sharing, then the dungeon disappears because whatever. Right? It's like, shit like this you cannot do in an MMO, okay? Would be great, but you can't. Like, it's just like pretty sure it's like impossible to fucking code that shit, right? So it's like the biggest problem of mmoRPG is the RPG aspect of it, by far, right? The dungeons, the raids, yeah, it's a problem. You should be able to do something similar early. I don't think it solves anything. I think most people just want to go to like the end game and just fucking like grind through and just go there. because that's where everyone is, right? Why would somebody who's doing endgame content, heroic raid, mythic raid, savage raid, whatever, or like just regular raid, why would he want to go and do old stuff aside from cosmetics? To help his friend? Come on.
When instead,
Maybe
you
once
need to
in a
start
while.
combining the strengths. The strengths of the RPG being you can create your own character, your own class, your own series of answers for the question.
Your own class is probably the thing that died with mmoRPGs. I wish there would be an MMORPG where you start as no class. And based on how you develop your character, that's the class you are. You want to be a war mage, you're building strength and intellect. You want to be a paladin, strength and faith or wisdom, whatever. You want to be a mage, just go intellect. You want to be, I don't know, an earth mage, you build wisdom and intellect. You want to be a fire mage, you intellect. You want to be an archer, agility and strength. You want to be an assassin, agility. You know, shit like this, right? You want to be a sniper, strength and agility. You want to be a warrior, just pure strength, like berserker, right? But yeah, you don't have that because it's impossible to fucking balance.
And challenges the game is going to throw at you. And the strengths of the multiplayer element, the ability to go on this adventure with your friends or with the rest of the community at large, available extremely early in the game. Group content is vital to the survival of an MMO.
I would say dungeons are overall pretty early on in all MMOs I played, except maybe Guild Wars. But Guild Wars, I might be wrong, it just felt like it took forever to get into a dungeon.
RPG. Group content should not be a reward for enduring the early solo content. Group content should be a vital and accessible part of your game from the start. But what do you think? Should dungeons and raids be available from early in the game, or should they remain a reward for finishing the rest of the game?
But they are available. I don't know any MMORPG where dungeons is not part of like your leveling experience. World of Warcraft starts at 15. Final Fantasy starts, I believe, at 18 or 20 with Sastasha. Guild Wars 2, whatever that first dungeon is, I don't even remember. ESO, pretty much, I believe it's like every zone has 1 or 2 dungeons. Like every map has 1 or 2 dungeons. I believe it's 1. Right? That's like you have to go for a quest. You have to go there for a quest. It's like all of them, and it scales you up, so it's like you can just go there with like anyone you want. I don't know, I can't think of an MMO where like dungeons is not a part of leveling. I would say raids should not be endgame only. Okay, fair enough. But how do you solve that problem?
Are they a useful training tool, or should players know what they're doing before even joining? Let me know in the comments below. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and...
God damn, he has a lot of Patreons. I don't think you can solve the rating problem. Like, the only way to solve the rating problem, for the most part, like for earlier levels, would be to have a horizontal progression only. Like, ESO can solve the rating problem by allowing you to go into the trials at the whatever level. Maybe. Right. Final Fantasy kind of solves it because a lot of people are still doing old raids for some reason, so you can still queue into them. It takes a while, but you can. And you have the trials. So that's a raid environment. WoW, I mean, no one queues to old raids ever because there's nothing to get from them. Even the cosmetics is like good fucking luck. And it's like you might as well run it solo because you can speed run the fuck out of it instead of playing with people.
Twitch, who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month.
Anyways, cool video. I don't necessarily disagree with him. I just don't know what the solution is. Dungeons, I disagree. I think dungeons are part of the leveling experience anyways. In between raids, I just don't. I cannot imagine a solution that doesn't change how the game works, like fundamentally. Like, you can't take a vertical progression game like WoW and add raids to be relevant for people who are leveling. It's like, why? How? Like, they're not gonna be able to do it. And it's gonna be overwhelming just like from like how many skills and abilities and talents they suddenly get. Like, I don't see a solution for raids. If someone knows a solution, fuck it. But like, dungeons is easy. Anyways, that's the video. Joshua Hayes. Always like his content. Don't know like I don't disagree, don't agree with him on this one, but it is what it is. I just don't think there's a solution. Fundamentally, I agree with him, but I don't see a solution. So that it is what it is. Anyways, let's go to the next one. All right, good. That's the video I want to watch for a while. Now, League lore or some WoW bullshit? Or some Ashes of Creation. Or some League stuff. MMO League, I mean. First comment in the chat will decide what this is. And I'll also give you like 10 seconds. Well, 30 seconds because it takes a while for YouTube to like, you know, whatever. Alright, let's see what people are saying. League or Ashes. Okay, we got a League or Ashes. Alright, second comment can decide if it's League or Ashes. We're gonna have a lot of League today, by the way. I'm just saying. There's gonna be a lot of League. I want to see how far I am into the... Okay, so it's not... What is it, like 20 seconds-ish? 30 seconds? I think it should be 15-second delay. Alright. Fuck it, we're doing Ashes then. We are doing Ashes. It is what it is. Alright. Narc talking about Ashes of Creation, open world PvP done right, but obviously we don't know anything because Ashes is not out yet. We don't know how it's gonna work. But before we go into the video, we always go through the content to see what people are saying. Well then, let's start with Ashes. Yes, Sebastian, you're right. Okay, I'd love to see something like Silk Road on the high seas. Yes, Silk Road was kind of sick. Where you could hire an NPC faction to escort you through the... this is pretty much what they're doing, no? They could attack anyone or anything that gets too close while en route. PvPers would get to fight the escorts, and PvE monsters, PvEers, I guess, would have a choice to stay and fight or leave their escort behind. Oh, okay. I think a cool mechanic would be if special mob, whale, shark, kraken or something spawns once a day in random ocean locations. By killing it, you get a really rare material, some other useful items. I would love to see a Dwarven Dreadnought ship. I hope races influence their ship design. Would be awesome if players without no citizenship could establish cooperative freehold on a remote island, like pirates basically. I've never been a PvPer, but damn, the open PvP in the ocean really got me excited. I think risk reward is very, very important to an MMO to keep the economy in good shape. Look at what happened to New World. They had no risk to do anything, so what you have to repair your armor, it is pretty cheap to repair your armor. If you die, no zones that risk your loot. The biggest risk in New World was the travel time that you're wasting to after you die. There's also a sense of excitement when traveling an area you can be attacked, and in these areas there should be higher tier loot. I don't agree with this at all, because usually you're attacked by being outnumbered. Like, you're always at a disadvantage when you are attacked. So it's like it kind of forces you to just like walk around in a group. Having good range vision and a balanced customization of the boat are a good way to give a fair chance to everyone willing to go to on the sea, because as it now lots of players are not confident going to on the sea with open PvP. If there's going to be important resources, okay, everyone's talking about like world PvP with ships, so I guess that's what the video is about. Let's see.
Land ho! Oh yes, there will be land on the horizon.
I am just happy he's finally not in his underwear. I don't know what it is, I just don't like seeing men in underwear, especially grown-ass men. Take it back. Any man in underwear, man, boy, whatever, I don't want to see them in underwear, okay? I want to see them full-blown pants.
Horizon. Plenty of booty, I can feel it. Well, it looks like
God damn it, bro. I just said I don't want to see him in underwear.
civilization, so what do we do? Well, what do you mean? Do what you want, because a pirate be free. You are a pirate.
Oh my God.
Being a pirate is a recipe. Do what you want, cause a pirate is free. You are a pirate. You are a pirate. We got us a map to
I'm surprised they didn't put the SpongeBob SquarePants song instead.
lead us to a hidden box that's all locked up with locks and buried deep away. We'll dig up the box.
He loves his green screen way too much. I mean, I can't blame him. I would love a green screen too. I just can't have it here. But like, he's loving it way too much.
We know it's full of precious booty. Bust open the locks, and then we'll say hooray! Weigh anchor! Being a pirate is horrific.
Oh no!
Do what you want, 'cause a pirate is free.
Wait, is that him or is that the different guy in underwear now? No, that is him. That's him. Okay, just has a wig or something. Yeah, just a wig.
You are a
Yeah, that doesn't work. But fuck it, whatever.
pirate. Hey, what up, boys? So this month's livestream came with an incredible reveal that made me jump off my chair and praise the mighty Intrepid, for they have once again done something that no other MMO has done before. Do you like the idea of freedom? Do you like the idea of risk versus reward? Are you an absolute degenerate who needs to make themselves feel better by killing pixels in an online game?
Up till that point with the pixels, I was like, is it describing the United States, right? What it's supposed to be? But now it's like Ashes.
Well, you're in luck, because Ashes of Creation's Oceans are the place for you. But before we get into
Are
that,
they?
our patrons and I would love for you to grab yourself
Respect,
a
Coca-Cola.
Cooper.
Bro, is that an actual thing though? It's not an actual thing, is it? Dude, it's not an actual thing. Where does he get it? What is that? Oh my lord.
Cola, because living the life of a full-time pirate has always been a dream of mine within an MMORPG, and
Okay.
although there have been a couple of decent attempts, ultimately the fundamental mechanics of those games in the past never allowed for that kind of playstyle to be a thing as a full-time playstyle. However, with the Seas of Vera boasting an open PvP zone, as they should do in my opinion,
Is that pirate game not considered MMORPG? What's that pirate game called? No. Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves. What is that? Isn't that an MMORPG technically? Yeah. Blah blah blah. Does it not say adventure, open world, multiplayer, pirates? I mean, technically it's an RPG because you are a pirate, so you roleplay as a pirate. It's multiplayer, it's open world. Technically, Sea of Thieves is an MMORPG. Technically, right? But I mean, based on the description, I haven't played. I don't know how it works with facing other people.
it allows us as players to truly live that pirate life, but also helps combat some toxic PvP. And I'm excited to discuss this with you all today. Now, with all that bollocks out of the way, let's begin, shall we?
Pirate life.
So we're obviously going to start this video with baseless speculation and talking out of my arse because that's what you clicked on the video for, right? An ocean that is a free PvP zone. I asked because that's what you clicked on the video for, right? An ocean that...
This is a sick mount. I would prefer it as a pet, to be honest, like a combat pet. But this is a sick map.
Is a free PvP zone is, in my
I
opinion...
can see like some really cool skins that go with it. Very black, very flamey, but yeah.
How an ocean should be. However, in order for this to work, there are a few important mechanics that need to be functional, otherwise the whole thing is pointless. Both Black Desert Online and Arcade failed in these aspects, and I hope Steven and the team are looking to focus on these issues. Otherwise, I fear the ocean is doomed before it even begins. First, and arguably most important, is draw distance for other entities on the oceans. This is most prevalent in Arcade, as ships and mobs have an awfully immersion-breaking pop-in that completely voids the whole point of ocean gameplay.
Oh, like you just can't see them from a high distance, only like when they're too close. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. I want to be able to see a ship miles away. Like, so fucking far away. Like, if you ever played WoW during Legion, and you were in high mountain, and you put max camera distance... sorry, it's not camera distance, it's basically how much you can see from the environment. And you could actually see from, like, if you're in high mountain all the way up, you could see Halls of Valor, you could see Dalaran, you could see Azuna, or whatever it's called, Io Vajara area. Like, you could see pretty much everything. That's how much I want to see on the water, for sure.
Especially when we're talking about PvP. There was a sonar/radar type upgrade in Arcade that allowed you to detect ships from a longer distance by pinging them on your map. However, it's just not how I envision ocean encounters to go. I think when you want to participate in ocean gameplay, you need to see your targets as far back as the horizon.
I also hope it's not purely PvP. Like, someone said Kraken in the comments, stuff like that. Whatever, but it's like, I actually want other NPCs to also attack you with their ships, so you can, like, even if there's, like, no one to PvP with, you can still get your practice and stuff like that with mobs and shit.
Gives the world a huge sense of scale and much more meaning to the size of the overall map. And a game that does this extremely well is, of course, Sea of Thieves. Technology has advanced incredibly since Arcade in 2012, especially with Unreal Engine 5. And I think seeing other player ships or sea monsters and quote-unquote content on the horizon is a core component to making the ocean not feel like shit. I think if limitation...
I'm not gonna lie. There's no way in hell when you're, like, whatever, controlling a ship, your face is this close to the fucking, I don't know what's called, ham or whatever, to the wheel that spins it. Like, you're not standing like this, spinning it. You're here. Why is he so fucking zoomed in? You can't see anything.
Set on draw distance for...
It's like, you should be able to see approximately 150 degrees. Technically, you can see peripheral vision like about 180 degrees, but like actually really see about 150 degrees. This guy barely sees 60 degrees in front of him because he's like zoomed in like a fucking horse. I don't know why it's so zoomed in. That's so unintuitive.
Should be an exception to this rule.
It's great that he can move his head, but like, what the fuck?
Changing the native draw distance that gameplay has and increasing it significantly when your character transitions onto the oceans of Vera. Remember, Steven explicitly said the game will give you a warning when you make this transition, and because the gameplay rules also change during this transition, I think it's pretty reasonable to expect something like a draw distance change as well. But there's another thing that they need to get right. I enjoy Arcade and Black Desert Online for very different reasons. Both of their oceans had pretty much the opposite problems. BDO's boat mechanics were very static and disconnected, like you became the boat and you controlled it completely as a singular entity.
Oh, that's
not
weird.
How I envision pirate gameplay.
Yeah,
a ship
that's very
should
weird.
be manned by multiple people, and your crew's teamwork should be the defining factor that decides Online's victory.
You are
However,
the
that
ship.
disconnect allows Pearl Abyss, the creators of BDO, in case you're living under a rock, to make the ocean itself feel amazing. The cannons, the water, the ambience, the sound, it was all top-notch, and I could immerse myself completely into that pirate fantasy. These aesthetics are missing entirely.
Is he trying to run over the whale or some shit? Why does he keep going in circles around the whale?
In Arcade, the cannons are bona fide pea shooters, the water has no ocean to it, and the visceral impact from ship-on-ship PvP was pretty much non-existent. I think Intrepid can hit that sweet spot of aesthetic perfection, limitless adventure, and visceral combat by combining the best features from Black Desert Online, Arcade, and Sea of Thieves. But what does this mean for the dynamic?
Wait, what are the good aspects of Arcade though? So far he's just said the Arcade sucked ass.
Of the actual game. Making the ocean itself an open PvP zone is a pretty risky thing to do for a game that is already being called a gank box. However, I want to take the next segment to discuss this change in detail.
Toxicity on the ocean.
You bald giga chad with a sexy beard and bulging biceps. This change is just gonna make the ocean unbearable, and griefers are gonna have a feel.
Sexy beard, sure, whatever, like to each his own. But bulging biceps, brother? Come on, man. Come on, let's be real.
Well, yes, from face
Bulging
value, it does
biceps.
seem that way. A popular comment that keeps popping up goes something like this. Ugh. I'm not a fan of the corruptionless open sea. It's going to push away Care Bears even more, and I don't think it makes Ashes better. The ocean probably already was the best place to PK before this development update. Now, it became even better. And I don't agree with this at all. But if you do agree with this fine gentlemen, allow me to change your perspective a little by putting some emphasis on one of Ashes of Creation's core gameplay philosophies.
Where's
risk
that,
versus reward.
Where's that Leo DiCaprio? Whoa, what was that? The Leo DiCaprio meme? Where's it? Whoa, wait a second. What did you try to say there?
Reward. You see, in order to give certain types of materials value, a risk must be taken. And risk assessment is generally given a price set by the devs. It is them who determines the distance traveled bonus, and I am 100% certain taking trade pack materials across the ocean will incur a significantly higher price multiplier. But all this is using the assumption that their crate mechanic functions in a similar way to Arcade trade packs. It's not confirmed, of course, just another baseless assumption whilst we wait another 10 months for them to give us another crumb of information during live streams. And risk is, in my opinion, 100% necessary for
the life of the Ashes enthusiast. That's the life. Just wait for one more update with a tiny bit of like information crumbs.
Economy to feel alive. But does this change fester toxicity? Does it make the ocean so scary that these so-called Care Bears are too afraid to participate in such a thing? Well, actually, no. I think it does the complete opposite, so let's discuss this. The ocean being a free PvP zone is something that I'd like to call a double-edged PvP. People are now always at risk, which ultimately helps against potential toxic gameplay by creating an environment that PvP is agreed upon from the moment two ships are within range. You enter the ocean expecting PvP rather than hoping someone isn't going to attack you due to them gaining corruption. Ultimately, griefers will always grief regardless of this change. What this does is prevent that toxic loop of enemy ships getting a mobility advantage over you before actually revealing their hostile intent. And I think this change is bringing back the exact thing Ashes of Creation is trying to bring back to this sorry corpse of a genre: social gameplay. Actually encouraging players to team up and work together to stop people trying to play massively multiplayer online role-playing games like bloody single-player games. That's not what an MMO excels at. And that brings us on to the final topic of today: the sense of adventure and discovery, searching for treasure and becoming becoming the thing we always dreamed of as a kid. To gain fame, power, and wealth beyond your wildest dreams. And before you get hung from the gallows, your final words shall be said. My fortune is yours for the taking, but you'll have to find it first. I left everything I own in one piece. And
he should have just played the Japanese version. Like the English version just is so not impactful.
from that moment,
the great age of pirates.
All over Vera set sail onto the deep ocean, searching for one piece, the treasure that would make their dreams come true.
Oh God.
I think the goal of this whole map change in general is to make the world feel big enough and well-oiled enough that these Care Bears won't need to participate in the lawless ocean. It will become a black zone for them where they will either be too scared to venture out, which subconsciously creates that sense of wonder, or they will feel a rush of adrenaline when they eventually muster the courage to venture forth.
Here's the question though. Would there be an option to travel from continent to continent or island to island without participating in the ship stuff? Like, what if I just wanna, chill, go from zone to zone, explore, before I want to participate in PvP? Will I be able to?
During this venture, the kinds of content available in the ocean should be plentiful. There should be a wide variety of content. Just PvP, just a world boss or two, just fishing, it's not enough for me. My worst nightmare would be for them to have these amazing boat mechanics, super visceral combat, and incredible aesthetics to match, but there's just no reason to actually go out. I think Sea of Thieves did a fantastic job with this. It used a very interesting mechanics where the skies would light up, indicating content in that direction, and it just prevented that ocean from feeling empty. At no point does Sea of Thieves feel like a large, empty expanse used as arbitrary travel distance. That expanse should be filled with content that appeals to players who want to be there in the first place, like treasure hunts or following a map, a gameplay loop that creates a leaderboard for pirating players, recording things like who has the most treasure, who's plundered the most, who's destroyed more fleets. The ocean is going to be a highly competitive space, and I want to implore Intrepid to encourage this kind of gameplay. Let the players who want to be there thrive in that environment with competition. That's what being a pirate is all about, after all. And there's so many ways to do this. I could speculate for hours on interesting mechanics. However, I want to save a pure speculation video for another time, using your comments. So, allow me to end today's video with a question for you, my dear viewer. What kind of gameplay do you want to see out on the oceans of Vera? Do you enjoy this open flagging system, or do you think corruption should still play a role out at sea? I gave you my thoughts on the corruption business, but when it comes to the content out there, I don't think you can rely on just PvP to make an ocean interesting. There must be compelling and interesting objectives out there for people to chase, to give people a reason to want to stop at an island with their crates, giving players interesting points of interest that would make them reconsider speed running through this zone, encourage risk on top of the risk that they're already doing. Otherwise, the ocean will end up being seen as one of those dead spaces that nobody ventures through, pretty much like they do in Arcade and Black Desert Online. But as usual, I am just one nerd desperate for a good MMO, and my opinions mean nothing without yours in the comments below.
What kind of con would I want to see on the sea, man? What kind of tech are we dealing with, though? Like, do we have motors? Do we have... What I would like to see, honestly, added on top of just, like, your standard pirating thing, would be to be able to climb up to the top of your ship and glide onto enemy ships from there. I think that would be cool. As well as like hooks and stuff like that, like attach your ship to the enemy ship so they can't really run away unless they manage to like cut all the hooks or something like that. That would be cool, I guess. But as far as the gameplay goes, I mean, it's cannons and rifles and shit like that, right?
And hey, are you bored? Do Do you just not enjoy MMORPGs right now? Well, why not come join our Discord, as we've grown so much lately that we have multiple active chat channels going on at once, talking about the history of MMOs, what makes MMOs great, and most importantly, speculation on systems.
Honestly, I would say what makes MMOs great, and pretty sure you can't really argue with this, but I mean, you can argue with anything, right? What makes MMOs great is that you can put years of character development into your character, and that's usually what also keeps you there. Like your attachment to the character. No other game offers you an attachment to your character throughout years of content. That's pretty much it. Or to the world, basically. It's like, do you care about your character in Warzone? Do you care about your character in games like what's called Lost Ark? Sorry, not Lost Ark. Path of Exile. Like, do you really care about them? It's like new season comes and you forget about your character. Do you care about them in Diablo 3? Do you care in any shooter? Do you care about your character? No. In any ARPG, do you really care about your character? No. Like, you really care about them in RPG, but single player RPGs end very fast. It's like 80 to 120 hours usually. You finish the RPG and it's like, how much you care about your character? Not that much, right? But in MMORPG, it's throughout the years you put an effort into your character. You put, like, you have a massive story around it. It's been with you since, let's say, vanilla World of Warcraft, all the way to currently Shadowlands. And it's like you have so many years with that the one character, maybe two characters, maybe three characters. But I feel like that's something only MMORPG can offer. But anyways, that's my thoughts as far as the video goes. Cool video. Good to know that they're gonna have sea combat. I hope it's not just like you're out at sea or PvP. I hope there's like a way to kind of like opt out or just be like, yeah, listen, like I gotta go. You know, it's like you went to sea and you're like, something came up and you have to leave. Like, you gotta go, you know? Anyways, that's the video. Thanks for watching and I'll see you on the next one. Peace! But yeah, that was just because I'm doing it as a recording for YouTube. That's why I say that. But yeah. Give me 1 second. I will be right back. Alright, never mind. We're back. This one. Okay, cool. So that's the video. Alright, next. We'll leave the WoW stuff for later. Let's go. Now this is a massive speculation video. Alright, quick. Am I doing League lore for a few episodes? Or are we going through Necrit's video? Either way, one of them is gonna happen today. Just which one's gonna happen first? What are you saying? I wanna say comment section, but Sebastian, what are you saying? Which one first? Story time? Bronze Forge. The fuck is that? Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Necrit, after that, my work is also done. Necrit is a long video, but fuck it. Let's do it. Necrit. Honestly, this is a long video. I'm not even gonna go through the comments. Let's go. Nice.
Well, hello there. It seems like people really enjoy
Oh, same pants.
it when I talk about things covered in deep layers of copium. Now,
Hell
don't
yeah.
get me wrong, I don't think we're riding on copium that much. So far, I have not made
Yeah,
up
we
a
are.
single thing. I am simply presenting things
Is saying copium or hopium? We are really riding on hopium for this one. Copium, not really, because there's nothing to cope with.
that already exist. And as my videos
Hopium,
got traction,
100%.
I started getting some valuable feedback. So before we begin today's video, let's have a look at some of the things you just had to point out. For those of you who believe we are starting unhealthy hype, it's fine. As long as we all understand that we are dealing with hypotheticals, and that we will all be bold by the time it comes out.
I mean, unhealthy hype 4 years plus in advance, it's all gonna die down up until they announce the actual release trailer. Like, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, the hype right now really, it doesn't matter at all.
I also got to interview the person who wrote the upcoming massive League of Legends novel, who was confirmed to now be working on the MMO. And he
Oh.
told me that, yes, my videos are being passed among the developers. So you can stop tagging them on Twitter now. Also, that novel is insanely good. It's Game of Thrones in League of Legends. I am excited for
That's
the
cool.
potential lore of the MMO. Next,
Okay.
yeah, I am wearing my slippers out of my own volition. Yes, shamans can shapeshift in this universe, just like
Okay.
druids. And yes, Riot
Okay.
confirmed that Legends of Runeterra, which is the card game based on League of Legends, is a big inspiration when it comes to the world building. In case you're wondering what this is about, all the art I'm showing you comes from Legends of Runeterra.
Oh.
A game that
Really? All this animation, like these artworks, are from a card game. Interesting.
secretly acts as a massive archive of art that reveals this universe.
That's cool.
Anyway, after covering the world
It's a good
and all
source
the races
of
and classes
their
the
resources.
lore supports,
A
we can now dive
good usage of the resources.
into the potential endgame bosses of this MMO. Now I know what you're thinking. This game isn't even in the playtesting phase. How can we talk about the raids?
You have to. I mean, you're gonna design at least 3 raids for like the release minimum. Now, as far as raids go, the way I see them making bosses, if we're gonna just use League of Legends characters, the ones who are like at the A rank tier of strength. So for example, Kassadin is like C rank tier technically, like strength compared to like all the others. C, maybe D, right? What's it called? Mundo is like a C or a D. Aatrox is like an S, right? Pantheon is like an S or an A plus, right? Taric is like an A. Aurelian Soul is an S. Unfortunately, Zoe is an S, right? So those like A's and S's are going to be the actual raid bosses. Not necessarily like the last boss. The S probably are last bosses, but like A's would be like something. And again, I don't think we'll be fighting Pantheon or Zoe necessarily. I'm just saying like that level of power are what the raids are gonna be about. Right, as well as like you're gonna have the ancient ones and void and all that stuff. Depends on the theme.
Well, you see, that's because Riot was probably thinking ahead of time. And they started a bit of a meme in the lore community.
Oh.
They gave this universe way too many world-ending threats.
Yep.
The downside of this is that, yeah, there was a time when we didn't know which world-ending threat was the real world-ending threat. It was a battle between who's the biggest evil. But the benefits are obvious. You have a lot of meaningful enemies that you can remove before you start limiting your storytelling. And in fact, many of these big storylines are written with all the back doors open, so that in the future they can utilize them for an event in League of Legends, or it is stories that were left open purposefully for the MMO. And that's what this video is going to be about. Originally,
The hell
I
is
wanted
that?
to show you 10 storylines that were left open and which would lead into raids. But if you look at the length of this video, yeah, I
It's
cut it down
long.
to only 7.
Yeah,
So
it's long.
without further ado, let's get on it.
That's fine.
Since we are essentially talking about the world of League of Legends, especially if you have seen our last 2 MMO videos, it goes without saying that this world has material for hundreds of instances. This means that it's really
Sure.
up to Riot to cherry pick which one.
I really hope they're making this a horizontal progression, not a vertical one. More in the sense of like ESO than in the sense of like World of Warcraft. I really like horizontal progression the most, meaning everything that you do before, like an expansion or a DLC comes out, is not completely relevant. It just like ESO does it very well with like all the sets they have, and then you can mix and match sets and stuff like that. Now obviously it's in a much better state than it was on release, but it's still, they're only able to do it because they made it so that it's a horizontal progression only. I like that a lot more. It means all the raids are always relevant and stuff like that. So whenever you add something new, it's cool, but it's not like game breaking, right? You can do it for the achievement, you can do it to get certain set items. Hopefully everything is bind on account, like everything you don't trade, like you can just put on your stash and move to a different character. Like, let people play the game
once they want to do. And since in this video I am only going to mention 7 of these, it is highly likely I am not going to mention the one that you would like to see. But if you feel strong about your own idea about the dungeon, feel free to comment about it below. This is all valuable feedback for the...
Kindred is definitely a raid boss type of character, by the way. Like, I mean, the only reason I'm talking about Kindred is because I made like a fucking 1 hour lore about Kindred across 2 videos, but yeah.
Developers after all. Anyway, the 7 raids I picked are based on one simple fact. Their stories and setting are perfectly fit for a raid environment. Be it because their stories are set up for a grand finale, or because some of these villains already have a cast of supporting bosses for the raid.
Yeah.
Or simply because the battles would be really cool.
Yeah.
And because showing is better than telling, let's start with the first raid.
Let's go.
One with such a good setup, the raid essentially writes itself. The Ascension of Mount Dargon. As you may remember, Mount Dargon was created by the celestial gods to serve as a gateway to the celestial realms.
I would say Mount Dargon is more of a world boss area than a raid area. That's how I would feel about it. Like, maybe rotating world boss based on season, like somebody said in the comments, because of like how constellations shift depends on the season, depends on like what month it is, you will see a different constellation. You can have a different world boss probably on rotation every 2-3 months, something like that, so you have 6 to 4 different world bosses that are rotating all around the year. I think that would be cool. They give different buffs.
And people decide to climb this place for a variety of reasons.
Yeah.
Even though only about 1 in 10,000 makes it to the peak, some people try to climb the mountain because they want to be deemed worthy and become a celestial demigod, while, for example, the Marcians send their criminals here to die trying to climb the mountain. This death sentence is called the Crown of Stone. And yes, of course, you can't really force the criminals to climb the mountain unless you go there with them. So most criminals just flee and start a new life elsewhere. Also, at the peak of the mountain, we can find Aurelian Sol, the Star Forger. The reason why he is here is because of the crown he is wearing. Long story short, thousands of years ago, when people noticed that Aurelian was crossing the stars, they started worshipping him, which boosted Aurelian's ego. And they crafted him a crown of celestial star metal. Aurelian, already being quite egoistic, donned the crown, only to realize it was a mind-controlling device. In reality, it was the celestial aspects who wanted to hold Aurelian's power the entire time. Now, to be fair, the aspects are using Aurelian's powers for good cause.
It's so funny though. He's so dumb. This guy literally created the planet that you live on as a character, and he was enslaved by those people.
They are using his celestial fire to purge the void from Runeterra. But still, it is the celestial aspects who enslaved Aurelian.
Yeah.
Anyway, Riot can make up a billion...
And he doesn't sound very happy about it too, so...
...reasons why we should raid this place. Though I doubt we would be able to fight Aurelian Soul at the very peak. You know, he is made out of space. But maybe we need to reach the peak to borrow some of his powers. Or maybe we need to kill a rampant aspect. Or maybe we just need to reach the Celestial Realm for another reason. Simply said, it is easy to make up a reason for this raid to exist. What's more interesting is the setting of this raid.
I still see it more as a world boss type of scenario. More, not even a world boss, more like of a world... Well, world boss, yeah, but it's not like you actually kill. You just do a test, and the test reward would be like a buff for a duration.
Different levels, the mountain
gear,
presents
sure,
you
whatever,
with
but-
different enemies. So let's start with what would happen once you enter the raid. You start at the bottom of the mountain, where you are very likely to meet Chip. Chip is an already established character who
Is it?
shows
What the
newcomers
fuck?
the wonders of the mountain. So you follow him around until we arrive at our first boss, the living mountain itself. This place has plenty of earth elementals who came alive due to the mountain's magic. Now, as I say this, don't confuse the earth elementals with Malphite. Malphite comes from Ishtal, which is quite far away from Targon. Also, he's a good guy, we don't want to fight him. But from the
Okay.
earth elementals who would likely protect this place, we have, for example, the Blue Sentinel, who also appears in League of Legends.
Oh.
But the biggest
that's where
of
he's
them
from.
all is the Stonebreaker. This one would be an excellent introductory boss. You know, you're fighting the mountain itself.
Okay.
And yes, I know he's a bit too big, but you can shrink him for gameplay purposes. WoW has been notoriously known for inconsistent boss sizes, and it's fine.
It's not fine. First of all. Also, that's not a boss. That's a machine. If he was up to size, he wasn't up to size at all. And I don't think he was up to size either. I don't know why we fought him in that size. I don't want to know why Zoval is on like 4 times bigger than the player. He should be at least this size, but whatever. You know.
Anyway, after Stonebreaker, we go further up the mountain. And suddenly, we start meeting all the lesser dragons and their worshippers. The coolest of these are the white flame dragons. There is also an important dragon who serves as a beacon to the other dragons, called Inviolus Vox. But the one that could likely become a boss would be the Eclipse Dragon. That's because this dragon is quite precious to the natives on the mountain, which would be boss number 3. You see, further up the mountain, we start encountering the tribes. There are
See, I don't see us fighting these 3 at all. There's pretty much no reason. They're all technically good guys.
the Lunari who hide in the shadows because they are being suppressed and they are relatively friendly,
Yeah.
just like the Rakor. But the Solari are fanatics who blindly
The Solari are fanatics, but Leona isn't. As far as I understood, Leona wasn't a fanatic. And later on she discovered the truth about the Solari and the Lunari. Unless that changed, I don't know at this point.
protect the celestial realms at any cost. Even in the cinematic, you can see how they are protecting the gateway that is leading to the peak of the mountain. And even though it would be cool if Riot allowed us to fight Leona herself,
See, the thing is, it's like... The Solari, you know who they remind me of? They remind me of something like Turelian. Or something like... Yrel in the Draenor questline to get the Maghar orcs, where they become light fanatics and all that stuff. They are not technically evil. Are they an enemy? Do you fight them? Yeah, but it's not like an extermination type thing. You can't just defend yourselves like, okay, fuck them for now, like whatever, we don't know what happened here. Probably if we talk to Yrel, like, you know, we'll be like on better terms, but like they're fanatics, but it's not like they go out of their way to attack anyone, you know.
champions in League of Legends tend to wear pretty thick plot armor. So instead,
Yeah.
it would be cool if we could fight one of Leona's champions. The one known as Daylight Spear. Ravoon.
What a name.
Anyway, after defeating the Solari protecting the gateway, we would get near the peak. The first one...
Also, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure the regular Solari cannot defeat the mountain. Like, one-on-one. I'm just saying.
To meet us here would be the Infinite Mind Splitter. This is a legendary draconic creature with a very unique ability. It is told that its gaze gives you so much knowledge and insight that your mind crumbles beneath it. So fighting this...
Remember the Thor saying in Avengers, not Endgame, the Infinity War, where they find him and it's like, well, why? And like he wants to go and to Neverdalee or whatever and like craft the hammer. And I was like, well, shouldn't we all have that hammer? It's like, your minds will crumble as your body shatter before you, something like that. It's like a very, very funny way of saying it, where it's like you can't handle this power.
This boss would be all about getting buffs from it, while being careful not to get too many buffs, because it would kill you. And then, after getting past the Infinite Mind Splitter, we would arrive at the last stand of the mountain.
It's basically, it will work like corruption in WoW, where it's like too much corruption will make you very vulnerable, but like enough corruption, like you're actually doing a ton more damage.
The Arbiter of the Peak. The last guardian standing in the center of the peak, separating mortals from the celestial realms. This is the creature that leads the mortals who survive the climb directly to the celestials. In fact, that's what you can see here. He is guiding Tiari the Traveler to the celestial realms, where they would become the Traveler. But also, in case of emergency, the Arbiter serves as a guardian against unwanted visitors. Two things could happen here. Either we fight the Arbiter to get its approval to pass into the Celestial Heaven.
The thing is, okay, so the whole purpose of Mount Targon is to basically use Aurelian Soul to kill void infestations, basically. Now, they're not actually infestations, but it's like whatever, it's easier to understand that way. That's why I don't see this, first of all, I don't see this as a raid as a whole. It's more of a trial type thing, like a test. A test of your reflexes so you could get stronger, but it wouldn't make any sense to go here first before we deal with the void that this place is protecting us from.
In this case, perhaps the Arbiter can test us with the lesser celestial beings, or we simply have to destroy the Arbiter. In this case, the Arbiter would probably fight us with the golems. And finally, perhaps after beating the Arbiter, we are granted access to the Celestial Realms. And while, again, I doubt we would be able to fight Aurelian Soul, perhaps we could fight one of his creations that is endangering the world. We have two of them that stand out. The first creation is simply known as the Great Beyond. Aurelian Soul himself calls it his magnum opus. This is essentially a smaller celestial dragon created in Aurelian's image. So this would be like fighting Aurelian himself, except this would make sense.
The Avatar.
The one I believe might be a bit more appreciated, however, would be the one known as the Scourge. This is also a celestial being created by Aurelian himself.
I always thought this was just a concept art of Baron, but...
League of Legends players might recognize this one as the pure celestial version of Baron Nashor. It is believed that the physical Baron was born out of the pure image. So, the Scourge being the final boss would be a really cool nod towards the League of Legends community. See what I mean? I just made up a 7-boss raid in a heartbeat. And I skipped a lot of details just so this video wouldn't be too long. There are the celestial beasts, the demons trying to consume the heavens, the dragon roost near the peak where dragons are born, the starhounds, Esmus, the breath of the world, and so on.
Wait, was that not... what's his face?
Starhounds,
He has the same mask as, what's his face? Bard. Or maybe he's like... what, made Bard?
Esmus, the breath of...
I will definitely need to get to Necrit lore videos for sure.
...of the world, and so on.
Zoe.
Designing this raid was simple because the lore...
Fuck is that?
4 and the setup is already there. Once again, I did not make anything up. All of this already exists in
Really? Celestial Pug?
the universe. And Runeterra has a lot more places just like this one. So,
Yeah.
let's have a look at raid number 2. The one raid I know as a fact people would love to see is a Darkin raid.
I would say first raid most likely would be a non-grand, like a non-world ending raid. Something that is just not super world ending, like Shadow Isles or whatever it's called. Shadow Isles? Wherever Thresh and Ruined King is, okay? That would be a good overall raid, though I think it can just be a dungeon, because they're not that powerful compared to, like, you know, world ending events. But if we're going just raids, then that would probably be more of a first raid type thing. Maybe not max level raid, I don't know, but it's like that would feel like something I would use as raid material for first raid. Because you actually want to have, usually, again, if it's horizontal, it doesn't matter. If it's vertical progression gear, you want to make sure that the next raid is story-wise more difficult, right? That it makes sense. That's like, okay, we killed these guys, we powered up, now we can go to the next challenge, which is supposed to be harder. You can't just go into, like, kill the Celestials and then go and kill Shadow Isles. Like, bro, Shadow Isles, like, nothing compared to the Celestials, you know?
You can pull this off in a
Supposedly.
lot of different ways, but since the
Yes.
roots of the Darkin lore are in Shurima, the raid would most likely be in the deserts. Super quickly, in case you forgot, the Shuriman Empire rose to power after it started using the Sun Disk to reflect celestial magic into their soldiers, and turning them into the god warriors known as the Ascended. The Ascended were guaranteed immortality.
Okay, so that's what changed in the story, because I didn't really get that. Okay.
However, their minds were as fragile as they were before.
Okay.
After these Ascended fought the maddening void beasts released by their
Wait, so is the whole story of Shurima changed again? Oh.
neighbors, they started going a little bit mad. But their minds finally snapped when their emperor died
Azim?
too, and there was no one to give them directions. The story goes that a Darkin known as Zolani, who used to be a great healer, invented blood magic and used it to heal the other Darkin, by which she also infused them with the blood magic, with a secret plan to use the blood magic later to control them all. This was Zolani's secret plan to stop the rampaging Darkin. Unfortunately, the Celestials noticed that the Darkin were very dangerous, and they started sealing them inside special weapons. The sad part is, Zolani herself was also sealed inside her blades. So since Zolani was sealed away, there was nobody to control the others. And as a nice bonus, the remaining Darkin were now empowered with blood magic. Fortunately, in the end, the Celestials sealed all the remaining Darkin inside their weapons too. But stupidly enough, the Celestials let mortals to safeguard these Darkin weapons.
Yeah, that's the dumbest fucking thing you can do. The mortals? Nah.
So of course,
You might as well put it behind some animals or some shit.
some people were tempted to pick up the
Yeah,
weapons
just a
and
bit.
use them for their wars. At which point, the Darkin immediately dominated the minds and bodies of those who picked them up.
Makes sense.
So yes, these rampaging god warriors managed to free themselves. So now, let's quickly go through those who would serve as big raid bosses.
Aatrox
Perhaps the
game,
most
yeah.
famous one, and as far as we know, the most powerful one, is
Aatrox?
Aatrox.
Yeah.
After Aatrox was sealed away, his blade was picked up by a random warrior in the north. Of course, Aatrox immediately dominated the warrior's body, and since then he's been using blood magic to drain the dead around him, and make himself bigger. That's what you can see in his old cinematic. He starts small, but gets bigger the more things he kills.
How
In
big
fact,
does he
it gets
get?
to such a point where Aatrox became the only being to ever kill a celestial god.
Yeah.
As I mentioned in the last video, Aatrox stabbed someone wielding the power of the aspect of war so hard, the aspect of war was wiped from the stars. So
Ow. What is that stab?
out of all the Darkin,
The Celestial God should have known that Aatrox's passive was up and he should have backed off until he used it on the minion.
Aatrox is the ultimate end boss. Besides Aatrox, as mentioned, the second most important Darkin is Zolani. Now,
Yeah.
Zolani has canonically not returned yet, but Legends of Runeterra is teasing that she might come back in the future.
I would say she might actually be stronger than Aatrox. So Aatrox would be like the second to last boss. And it's like when we kill him, we somehow free her or some shit like that.
Also, as a fun fact,
Maybe.
in the most recent cinematic, you can see that Talia and Kaisa arrive in front of the faceless statue of Zolani.
Oh, is that where they arrive? Okay. So why does she dive into the void though?
Next, there is also Varus, a dark
I am gonna look at all those videos and I hope there's also a video explaining the videos. Thanks, fuck, man.
Darkin who was sealed inside a bow inside a well. And he
Okay, so Varus' story changed, I guess.
got freed after 2 hunters fell into the well. So now, Varus's body is actually occupied by 3 souls. The 2 hunters and the Darkin. One could say he's the embodiment of 2.5 men. And there is also Kain, the one holding the scythe of a Darkin known as Rast. But as far as we
Rast,
know,
okay.
Kain is pretty good at resisting Rast's power. So I doubt Rast would be freed. Also, Kain is a League of Legends champion. So in order for Rast to come out, Kain would need to die.
Would be interesting if Kain is the one that leads us into the raid. I don't know if Kain is good or evil, but because he's not in control of the Darkin, maybe he would require the help of the adventurers to maybe figure out a way to weaken the Darkin. To kill, to weaken, so that he will no longer have to fight for control over his body. Maybe?
And I don't think that's possible with all the plot armor.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
we are still not done yet. Next, from the lesser known Darkin, there is also Harazi, who was sealed inside a small emblem. Naganeka of Zurita, who was sealed inside a giant ballista. As you can see, she looks a little bit like a chicken. And that's because it is believed that a chicken touched the ballista and the Darkin took over the chicken's body. And lastly, there is Tarosh, who was sealed inside a massive halberd.
Tarosh is cool.
The reason why this Darkin raid would work is because all the Darkin have a common goal. They all hate Zolani. They see her as a betrayer who was trying to control them. So in this raid, we would likely fight the other Darkin as we are trying to get to Zolani. And after we kill her, we would face Aatrox as the final boss.
But for that to make sense, Zolani would have to be locked behind Aatrox as the last guardian to make sure that she's sealed for eternal torment, whatever, so no one frees her. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? Why would Aatrox be after Zolani? Who is protecting the seal of Zolani so that she doesn't escape because they don't like her?
Since all the Darkin Wars began,
Also, she doesn't really even have to be a boss. You might defeat Aatrox and then the story goes on that you free Zolani and you don't necessarily have to fight her. You don't know.
with Aatrox and Zolani starting a civil war. Also, it turns out that Aatrox was the general of all the other Darkin. So killing Aatrox would be the perfect end to the Darkin chapter. But let's not forget that Riot is already teasing a new Darkin.
Also, don't forget, you can't really kill them. Plot armor. Can't really kill them. Not the main ones, at least. Just saying.
Next champion in League of Legends might be a dog that picked up a Darkin dagger.
Oh,
And
nice.
if you're wondering why we would raid this place, first of all, the Darkin are pretty one-sided bad guys. But we could be
Are they,
led
though?
here by Nasus and Sivir. Nasus is an Ascended who avoided corruption, so he would be likely happy to put down his former brothers and sisters. And Sivir is holding the very first blade to be ever used to seal a Darkin. So once again, the lore is already there.
Fair
And
enough.
aesthetically, we have a good idea of what it would look like too. We would start outside around the temples of Zolani, which look creepy and corrupted. And later we delve beneath them to where the land is tainted by blood and death.
Okay.
For the next raid, let's stay in Shurima.
Here's another reason why Mount Targon probably isn't the first raid. If you defeat the Celestials, wouldn't that also weaken the seal on the Darkin? Because that's how seals work, you know? It's like you either weaken the seal somehow, or you kill the person who made the seal, therefore releasing the seal. That's usually how seals work in like these fantasy scenarios. So in that regard, you cannot go to Targon, defeat the Celestials, before you deal with Void, Darkins, and some other bullshit that they're defending the world from, Ancient Ones and all that stuff.
Because if there is a raid I would personally love to see, it is the raid on Narimazeth, a city that is in ruins. That's because
Narimazeth.
Narimazeth was the place where Shurimans tried to build the very first Sundisk. This first version failed, and instead of the Ascended, it was only producing the Bakai, which are broken, twisted versions of the glorious Ascended. And in
Goddamn.
the end, the entire city collapsed onto itself.
Oh, nice.
After that, the Shurimans tried to build the Sundisk again, but this time in the middle of the desert. But now, why would we want to raid these ruins? Well, that's because this city is being rebuilt by Zerath, the most powerful arcane mage on Root.
Did the story of Zerath and Azir change since 2015-ish? I guess it did. I mean, it still kinda is valid because, like, when their emperor fell, you know, all that stuff happened. So maybe.
Runeterra, whose body was turned into pure arcane energy
That at
by
least-
the Sundisk itself.
Well, that was his
Long
purpose,
story,
right?
shorter. When Emperor Azir was a child, he became friends with a nameless slave. And despite slaves being
Zerath.
forbidden from having names, he called him Zerath.
Yeah.
Throughout the years, the two became as close as brothers.
Not
Studying
really.
culture and history whenever
One-sided
possible.
brotherhood.
Later on, despite his father hating him, Azir became his only surviving son. So unless his mother gave birth to another child, he would become...
So Azir's father hated Azir. I'm assuming because Azir was dumb enough to destroy his own empire. But yeah, maybe his dad saw it coming.
the emperor anyway. Well, in secret, Zerath simply made sure she would not give birth to another child.
Oh,
Usually
fuck.
he did it by corrupting the infant in her womb. Because it turns out, this entire time, Zerath was trying to break his roots from slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And now he had the ambition to gain power himself.
Why not,
So
right?
he justified these murders by telling himself that he was protecting a friend. Despite his efforts,
Sure,
the
yeah.
queen did give birth to another child.
Oh?
So Zerath summoned a storm and let lightning kill the queen and the child. Eventually, all these events led to Azir becoming the crowned emperor of Shurima with Zerath by his side.
Okay.
From this point on, Zerath was waiting for Azir to finally get rid
Ascend.
of slavery,
Which he didn't.
which never happened.
Yeah.
Despite Azir being the most beloved emperor in history,
For reasons.
he allowed slavery to keep going on.
Hey,
And that angered Zerath.
never change a good thing, I guess. No. If it works, don't fix it.
At the end of the story, the Emperor was chosen to become an Ascended himself.
Yeah.
But during the
I mean, at this point, it's like, is Zerath even evil? I mean, I guess he is, but it's like... I can understand, kind of thing.
ceremony, when the Sundisk was focusing its power into Azir's body, Zerath was so full of his BS,
Yep.
he incinerated him and forced all the power of the
Yeah.
Sundisk into himself.
Yeah.
This resulted in Zerath's body being turned into pure arcane energy,
Mm-hmm.
the death of Azir, and the collapse of the Sundisk and the destruction of the entire empire.
Yeah.
You wanna know the twist at the end? If you read the story from Azir's perspective, you learn that he did want to remove slavery. He just wanted it to be a surprise. In fact, he
Surprise, motherfucker!
even announced it just as Zerath betrayed him.
Wow.
But Zerath already murdered way too many people, so
Yeah.
even though he really
It's too late. Yeah, too little, too late kind of thing.
wanted to stop, it was too late to go back. So Zerath doomed the entire empire. And
Yeah.
yes, because the emperor died, Zerath is also technically the reason why the Darkin exist. I
Okay.
already mumbled about the lore for way too long, so just
That's
know
fine.
this.
Okay, so it didn't really change, it just wasn't as detailed. But yeah, but then you had Renekton's took Zerath into the tomb and locked themselves, and Nasus remained to guard the tomb from the outside or some shit like that.
Nasus's brother, Renekton, bound Zerath in a sarcophagus,
Yeah.
and he locked himself with Zerath in a tomb.
Yeah.
Many years later, scavengers opened the tomb and released Renekton and Zerath.
Weren't the scavengers Cassiopeia and Sivir though?
As I said, Zerath is currently in Nerimazeth, and he is actually trying to rebuild the original Sun Disk. We don't really know why he is doing it, but I think it's safe to assume that he just wants more power. But you know what it smells like to me? It smells like a big old setup for a future raid.
I feel like this is a good setup for a dungeon, more so than a raid. I cannot view Zerath as a raid boss. I know how powerful he's supposed to be because of Sun Disk. Still feels like a dungeon level threat.
In Legends of Runeterra, you can see Zerath with all his worshippers. You can also
Yep.
see all the mini-bosses around him.
Yep.
Especially, we know about Demi Yin, the Unbound. But besides all of these heralds and acolytes, this raid would also have the Bakai, the original experimental ascended who come from
The trash mobs.
this city. But also, we would fight Renekton himself.
Yeah.
Because it turns out, after hundreds of years of being locked in a tomb with Zerath, Zerath broke his mind
Corrupted,
by
yeah.
whispering to him that Nasus betrayed him. He purposefully led him to rot in the darkness. That's why Renekton is quite crazy these days. It all goes back to Zerath, who might be the ultimate villain of Shurima.
He is, but it's kind of like an understandable type villain. I mean, what he did is obviously like fucking atrocious, like fucking killing babies and shit. I don't know what he did between Azir becoming emperor and killing him. I don't know how many he killed in between there. But overall, he was not really in the wrong. He was like, bro, cancel out slavery, bro. Come on.
For the next raid, why don't we play
Zal.
off of the success of Arcane? No spoilers,
Let's not play on the success of Arcane, please.
don't worry. Previously, when I told you about the cities built over Enzon,
Again, dungeon level threat.
I showed you that at the very bottom of that place you can find the ruins of an ancient Shuriken city. But that will become just a dungeon. The one
Yep.
that would become an interesting raid would be the Empire of Renada Glask. After I mention this, I know
Dungeon.
a lot of you will be confused. After all, Renada
Dungeon.
Glask is just a rich baron from Zon. How can she support an entire raid?
Yeah.
Well, in this case,
That too,
it's
but- Mm-hmm.
all built on two factors. First of all, Renada is way too big of a character to be removed in just a dungeon. But more important,
Sure, but it doesn't mean that the zone can be the dungeon. She can be a raid boss somewhere else. She doesn't have to be a raid boss there. But also, is she that big of a character to, like... Again, like, when we're thinking raid and, like, world-ending events, Renata doesn't really fit the bill, does she?
importantly, Renada Glask released this year, and she was released as yet another big villain. After all the other already established villains in Piltover and Zone. She simply really feels like a setup for something in the future.
I do wish... This has nothing to do with her. Because I'm thinking about, like, in-game. I really wish they would add Baron Nashor as a world boss. That would be so cool. Not so much a world boss in the sense, like, you know how kind of Guild Wars 2 has like their events with like those massive bosses? That's what I feel like Baronessa should be, and it will give you a buff for like, let's say 24 hours or some shit like that. Not something that works in raids and dungeons, but something that helps you like level or whatever, like use him as a tool for people to like level alts or some shit.
Because after already having Singed
Same with
Urgot
dragons.
and Victor as villains in Zone,
Yeah.
Riot didn't need to make up another. It feels obvious they released Renata to be a villain supervising the other bad guys of Zone. Before her, Zone didn't really have a main villain.
Again,
so obviously she is
dungeons.
now filling that role.
Dungeons, some of them are even like fucking main quest stuff. Like Singed, I can see him as somebody as like not even a dungeon boss.
Her lore
That's how little I think of Singed.
is making her the main boss of Zone. Her raid would be very clear in its structure. We would follow the detective case of Caitlyn and Vi as we
Dungeon.
try to find her hideout. Perhaps Camille, an extremely dangerous assassin from Piltover, would be also interested in killing her. From that
Dungeon.
point on, we would literally raid her place with the Wardens. As a nice bonus, people would love to see the popular champions Zeri and Echo on our side, both of which are kids from the streets who have destroyed her warehouses before. But the last puzzle piece is, why would we raid Renata? Well, the Glask family owns Glask Industries,
Okay.
which is the most luxurious brand in Piltover and Zone. They sell perfumes and really fancy limb replacements. And unfortunately, this brand reflects a bit of real life, since these fancy formulas are developed down in Zone, using slave labor. But there is also a darker twist. All their products
I don't think that would change in the real world or in the game. I'm just saying.
are infused with a chemical formula, which
The only way that I can see stuff like that changing, like practically slave labor, basically China, is AI. Like you're gonna have, so for all of the like clothes, food, and like all the stuff that like people use on a daily basis that like, and you can't really go without. Once we would have like fucking robots doing that, and people won't have to do that anymore. Like maybe even farming robots can do and stuff like that, and people won't have to do that stuff anymore. Then I can see it going away. Until that point, though, I doubt it.
which can turn their customers into mindless rampaging husks at any moment. It's kind of like Apple. Now, since Renata is a recent champion, that's all her story really has. She is probably the most powerful Baron in Zone, who can make an entire city fall into chaos with the press of a button.
So again, I don't see her as a raid boss. Her power is mostly financial. That's not a raid boss scenario. That's a dungeon, man.
And now we're just waiting to see when she would unleash it. If you ask me, I normally wouldn't think that this would be a great raid.
No,
but
it's
this would
dungeon,
be very different from raiding dragons, which would actually give it the benefit of changing environment.
She seems like a dungeon boss for finishing his own story. That's what this dungeon is.
But also remember, this is riding off of Arcane's fame, and I doubt Riot would pass on that opportunity. That's why I feel confident we will meet Renata in the MMO.
We will. Not as a
And
raid,
now
though.
we are diving into the top 3 raids. I am extremely confident that some form of these will be in the MMO. That's for 2 reasons. First of all, these big villains are way too big to be ignored. We are talking about characters in the style of Arthas Menethil. But
Hell
also,
yeah, brother.
their lore turns them into world
I was gonna say Arthas was ignored, but technically, let's ignore Shadowlands, Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, Arthas Menethil.
threatening enemies that have to be dealt with.
Speaking of, man, I don't know if I want to play Wrath of the Lich King, man. It's like with every passing day, I'm like, maybe I'm missing out. Probably not, but maybe.
With the first of these being Viego, the Ruined King.
Yeah.
There is not a sliver of a doubt we will see the
100%.
Ruined King in the MMO.
Yes.
You can point a gun to my head, tell me to guess a villain in this MMO.
I doubt he's gonna be a raid boss.
Oh, and I will smile knowing that I survived. It would be unimaginable to ignore him.
I think it's a
the
dungeon.
issue lying in front of me right now is that Viego's story is massive.
It is.
On top of the normal story he has in League of Legends, he got his own book that is 400 pages long.
Yep.
The entire RPG game called Ruined King,
Yep.
which is focusing on his reawakening,
Yep.
and League of Legends got its own in-game event that was focusing on pushing his lore forward,
Yep.
which also included 3 cinematics.
Yep.
Right now, Viego has the most lore out of any champion in this universe.
Yeah. Yeah.
So let me summarize
Yeah.
it as quickly as
I
possible.
agree.
Viego was a Camavoran prince who was forced into becoming the king at an
Mm-hmm.
early age. Because of this, he was not ready to become a king, and many would not consider him a really good king.
Yeah.
Still being a teenager, he often threw tantrums in the style of Kylo Ren. To keep the kingdom from crumbling,
He also kind of looks like Kylo Ren, and he has a similar sword almost to Kylo Ren.
he relied on his 2 advisors, Callista and Nuno Necrit of Camavor. Yes, that's the character named after me. Eventually, Viego met the love of his life, Isolde, a woman whom he loved very, very, very,
Very
Very
much. Yeah.
he loved her so much that he would do anything for her.
Fucking simp, bro. What a fucking simp, man.
But she didn't abuse it. Isolde was actually a very good queen.
He
For
just
the
got
majority
lucky.
of
He
Viego's
just got lucky.
ruling, he waved the kingdom's problems away just so he could be with Isolde.
Yeah,
Until
simp.
the day someone tried to poison Viego to finally remove him from the throne, and instead they poisoned Isolde. This is where Viego's dark side really started to show. After trying absolutely everything imaginable, nobody was able to heal his queen. And Viego's angry depression started taking over him. After weeks of desperate searching, Viego found out that there may exist a hidden place called the Blessed Isles, which held the sacred blessed waters which could heal anything. And so he sent
I'm
Callista away
assuming Blessed Isles turned to Shadow Isles.
to find the Isles. After a long adventure, Callista succeeded and she confirmed that the Blessed Waters did indeed exist. So on the next trip, Callista brought the Queen and the King and their soldiers with them, so that they could all heal the Queen and be happy ever after. But of course, there was a dark twist. The Queen died before they arrived on the Isles. And the priests confirmed that they can heal anything
As long as it's alive.
the person is alive.
Yeah.
But that didn't stop Viego from trying.
Yeah.
So after the priests denied him entrance to the waters, Viego massacred everyone who stood in his way, and following a creepy warden called Thresh, he arrived at the waters and dunked the queen in. For a moment, the waters did resurrect the queen. But then she was turned into a wraith, who killed Viego with his own blade, which caused his soul to be absorbed by the blade. I'm skipping a lot of details here, so just know that yes, the blade can absorb souls.
Nice.
We'll actually talk about the blade in the next MMO video, whenever that one comes out. Anyway, after Viego was killed with
Literally Arthas then.
his own blade, everything
Frostborn.
exploded in necromantic magic. His queen's soul was shattered into fragments, and the entire place was turned into the Shadow Isles. For 1,000 years, Viego's soul stayed there.
I'm assuming that's why they didn't want her to go into the blessed pool, because she was already dead, which then would make her wrath instead of like heal her.
The blade. Until the Pirate King Gangplank was told by Thresh that he could totally pick up the blade. His mind was totally strong enough to resist the power of the king. Spoiler alert, it wasn't. And the moment Gangplank picked up the blade, his mind and body was dominated by Viego, who then used that body to fully release himself back into the world. After that, even though everyone
Wait, so what happened to Gangplank in that time then?
had been dead for 1,000 years, Viego still wanted to bring his wife back.
Jesus
and so
Christ,
he started
bro.
to unleash the undead with the Black Mist all around the world, in an attempt to find all the fragments of his
Okay, so I guess he does control the Black Mist, but why does the Black Mist only go super strong, like Super Saiyan strong, during Hollow's End?
Queen's soul. Eventually, he succeeded, and he
Oh.
actually managed to bring the Queen's soul back.
Oh, shit,
But
did he?
immediately after that, he was defeated by the Sentinels of Light. Remember the undead hunting class from the last
on,
video?
man.
That's them. And not only did they permanently destroy the Queen's soul, because the Queen didn't actually want to be resurrected.
Oh,
But
fuck.
Viego's entire story arc ended with him being teleported back to his homeland called Kamavor, where he
Okay.
was banished until the present days.
Ah.
You can actually see the end of the storyline in the cinematic called Absolution.
Senna.
And this is why Viego is going to be an incredible boss in the MMO. He does have a lot of story behind him, but more importantly, this entire time we have only seen his young, reckless personality, where he acts like a child throwing tantrums. As he's constantly trying to help someone he is obsessively in love with, but the thing is, his entire life he was chasing his queen. He was ready to go beyond death just to be
But
with
now
her.
she's completely
But
gone.
now he was imprisoned after learning that the queen didn't want to be with him, but also after her soul was permanently destroyed. So once Viego is unleashed from his prison again, instead of a cocky teenager, we are going to have a pissed off king who has nothing to lose. And that transformation into the Dark King is something I really want to see.
Is this a raid boss though? I would say in order to make him a raid boss, he would have to grow stronger after he gets unsealed somehow in the story, and he starts getting way stronger to become something akin to raid boss, to the point where he controls death or something like that. Like he becomes a kindred type level. Then I mean he might be already a kindred type level. I'm not sure about like the power levels. I believe just kindred is way stronger. However, the threat, like the Shadow Isles, that's not where he'll be. I don't think. So Shadow Isles can be a dungeon, and he would be a raid wherever his story takes him to become stronger. Maybe. That's the way I would probably do it.
And you can only
But I'm not a
imagine
writer.
what the raid is gonna look like. Hordes of risen Kamavoran soldiers,
Yep.
ancient undead dragons
Yep.
brought from his
I can see that.
homeland, the legendary Rasa the Sunderer, and even more legendary Hecarim of the Iron Order.
That's the thing. I don't think Hecarim will be in the raid. I think Hecarim will be in the dungeon, which is going to be separate. The thing is, they can pull a Cathedral of Eternal Night into a Tomb of Sargeras, where you have the dungeon, which it has a story, but the story is related to the raid. Then I would see it happen.
But there is also Commander Ledros, or maybe Karthus, the Death Singer, and finally Thresh, the one who caused all of this to happen, the hidden master of puppets in the shadows. Simply said, Viego has a lot of meaningful enemies serving him, and the raid will be glorious.
And also depends if they're going for the... Because they might go for a Final Fantasy type where you have dungeons, trials, and raids. If they had dungeons, trials, and raids, I would say you have the dungeon, which is the Thresh, the Hecarim, and all that stuff. Then you have the trial, which is the Viego. And raid is like world-ending events. So I still don't see Viego currently as he is, as a world-ending event. He's just pissed, but I don't see him being strong enough to, you know, go further than, you know, like an ancient one.
Side note, in the distant future, I kinda wanna cover the entire story of Viego. Wish me luck.
Please do. I hopefully in like the next 2 months, I think that's when I'll get to like all the Necrit videos.
For the next raid, we are not delving too far away from the undead theme. because it's time to cover the most brutal badass warrior this universe had ever seen. Super quickly, just for clarity. Viego's deathly magic is really undeath in its true meaning.
Yeah.
When he's turning his enemies into undead souls, it's more like he is preventing them from dying. And he's turning them into somewhat living wraiths instead. So he's not really the master of death. As you'll see,
He's the preventer
that
of death.
title goes to Mordekaiser.
Yes.
His story begins as a warlord known as Sun Uzal. During his time, the main continents were occupied by barbaric tribes. Sun Uzal believed that by killing as many people as possible, he would please the gods of the afterlife. And so, he forged an empire in blood and death. As his life was near the end, he took great satisfaction in knowing that he would sit at the gods' tables, in the glorious halls of bones. However, when he died, he found no glory waiting for him.
So he refused to die.
Instead, Sun Uzal stood in an empty grey wasteland,
Yeah.
with an occasional soul drifting by. He watched as these lesser spirits faded into the fog, unmade and lost in time. But Sun Uzal refused to fade. His will, tempered by rage and torment, held him together. In other words, he was simply too angry to die.
Yeah.
He started listening to the disembodied whispers around him, and he learned this was Oknun, the language of the dead. Slowly, he came up with a plan. He began whispering temptations into the veil between realms, promising power to any who would listen. And sure enough, he managed to tempt a few cultists into bringing him back to life. Lacking any flesh or bone, he told the cultists to bind his spirit to metal plates, forged in the likeness of his old armor. And so he rose as the Revenant of Iron and Hate. No longer called Sun Uzal, but rather, in Oknun, he was Mordekaiser. Originally, these cultists wanted to use Mordekaiser as a weapon in their trivial wars. But instead, Mordekaiser killed them all, and he used their souls to forge himself a brutal mace called Nightfall.
Nice.
With that, Mordekaiser's second conquest of the world started.
Why not,
But
right?
this time, he was wielding necromantic magic. All his enemies were confused because it seemed like Mordekaiser only cared about massacre and destruction.
Because
Entire
that's
generations
all he wanted.
perished under his campaign. But in reality, there was far more to Mordekaiser's real
Oh,
plan.
was there?
At the center of his empire, he raised the Immortal Bastion, which became the largest structure on Runeterra. And he used that place to gather information about spirits and death, be it by capturing and studying demons, or torturing Yordles until he could harvest
I love Mordekaiser already. Torturing Yordles? Sign me up. If he's a faction, I'm on it.
their secrets. He did everything in his power to understand the realms beyond. Eventually, Mordekaiser became such a tyrant the entire continent banded against him. But when he was ultimately defeated, it was not because of his enemies, but rather he was betrayed from his inner circle. The Immortal Bastion had a secret cabal led by a witch we know as LeBlanc. They managed to separate Mordekaiser's spirit from his armor and seal the empty armor in a hidden place. As a result, without his physical vessel, Mordekaiser was forced out of the physical realm. What none of the cultists knew, however, is that all of this was according to Mordekaiser's plan. The entire time he was
This guy's playing fucking 10D chess.
forging a destiny greater than the halls of bones. When he finally returned to the empty wasteland of the afterlife, he was met by the hundreds of thousands who died under his reign.
Okay.
Prevented by his dark magic, they would never fade. They would be his eternal army bound to his will. But
Okay.
even the weakest of the spirits were given purpose. Just like he used the souls of the cultists to forge his mace, the weakest of the souls would become the building blocks of his afterworld. And so Mordekaiser became the king of the afterlife. And even though he was cast out, with his physical vessel being banished in the Immortal Bastion in Noxus, He is already planning on how to return. And once he does so, after so many
So it
people
was
were
Noxus
fed
then.
into his realm, he would be so powerful nobody would know how to stop him. Since that is where his story cut off, you know that this is a setup for the future. Even in League of Legends, sometimes Mordekaiser is joked about as a raid boss. Once he starts rolling, you need the entire team to get him down.
And not as much as Nasus or... yeah, basically Nasus. Maybe... who else is as much of a raid boss as Nasus really at the end game? I don't think anyone is. Maybe Volley sometimes. Volley is a mini raid boss, yeah. But yeah, nothing as much as Nasus. But I can see him being a raid boss if he is actually gonna be controlling death. Like he's actually the afterlife boss. Like he is above Kindred and all that stuff.
And Riot would be foolish not to use him as a badass raid boss in the MMO.
I never seen a Mord in game that was actually like a raid boss. But then again, on a Kassadin, Mord is really not that big of a deal.
Especially since we already know some of the other characters that we would see in his raid. When Mordekaiser was conquering the world the second time, he had 2 demons which he used as his companions. These would be Tybolk, the giant fire demon, and Atakan, an iron-bound shadow demon.
Oh, so that's who
To
it
get
is.
to him, we would probably have to get past the one who banished him, LeBlanc, and I wouldn't be surprised if we also met Vygar, the Yordle Mordekaiser tormented to get his...
On purpose, I would never go and kill Mord because of what he did to Veigar. I'm just saying.
Yordle secrets. Finally, we would likely fight alongside Swain, one of the leaders of Noxus who is actively trying to root out the dark magics from Noxus. So yeah, maybe Mordekaiser's story is not as long as Viego's, but Mordekaiser is built on brutal conquest. His story is simply badass, and you bet that's what people want to fight.
I need to understand why LeBlanc is considered evil, even though she's the one who stopped Mord. What did she do that she's banished from Noxus and is wanted?
And this takes us to the last raid I want to show you. Not only is this raid inevitable, but it is going to be the final raid before Riot starts to get sweaty about their future. Because from that point on, they would be forced into making up new enemies.
Yeah.
And that's usually when the lore of MMOs crumbles.
Yeah.
With the
It is what
ultimate
it is.
endgame in Runeterra being the battle against the end of everything. The Watchers of the Void.
Yeah.
Now, I know we already quickly summarized the story of the Watchers when we talked about the world. But we need to quickly do it again because if they get their own raid, it would be a really cool merging of multiple storylines of this universe.
Yeah.
Basically, at the beginning of everything, there was nothing. Just dark, empty void. Until there was a spark of light. This spark of light illuminated the darkness and revealed creepy entities we know as the Watchers, who before this event didn't even know about their own existence. Of course, since this first light woke the Watchers up for the first time,
They just
since
want to
the
go back
beginning
to
of
sleep.
time, the Watchers got annoyed and they decided to silence it so they could sleep again.
Yeah.
As they drifted closer, we learned that this
Makes sense.
spark was indeed our reality. So
Oh.
to get rid of the light, the Watchers tried to poke it and taint it. But they were always too big to get through and deal with it themselves.
Oh.
So instead, they
Boy.
reached into reality, stole something, corrupted it, and released it back.
Oh, nice.
In hopes that it would destroy the rest of the reality. But
Ah.
even that wasn't too successful. Eventually, the
Unfortunate.
Watchers started whispering into the light. And the Ice Witch known as Lysandra
Lysandra, yeah.
answered. The Watchers promised her people immortality and great power. In exchange, they asked Lysandra
Sounds
to
like
prepare
Void
her
Lords,
world
basically,
for
yeah.
the coming of the Void. In secret, behind the backs of her 2 sisters, she agreed. The Watchers empowered the strongest of their followers and turned them into the Iceborn. And soon enough, the Watchers broke into reality in the Freljord. With it, Lysandra's allegiance with the Watchers was undeniable. But as the Watchers rose, for the first time, Lysandra got to see how horrifying they were. And she realized they came here to destroy everything.
Yeah.
In desperation,
Immortality means nothing, there's nothing to rule over.
Lysandra sacrificed her sisters and the Iceborn to use their magic to freeze the Watchers beneath the ice. But even that magic wasn't enough. Beneath the ice, the Watchers were only sleeping. They would break out should they try to wake up. So these days, Lysandra is kidnapping the surviving Iceborn. She freezes them in her fortress. She is then using their inherent powers to reinforce the ice. And she is feeding their dreams to the Watchers to keep them asleep. As a bonus, Lysandra is killing anyone who remembers the old days, and who could spill out that she actually kinda betrayed all humanity.
Hey.
See, this setup on its own
Pish
is
posh.
enough to support a raid.
Yes.
Let's say we raid
That I agree. That is a raid type fucking scenario. 100%. That's world ending. That's a raid.
into the Frostguard Citadel, which is where Lysandra is keeping the Watchers frozen. First, we get there by crossing the Howling Abyss. This is the bridge that is incredibly iconic for League of Legends players. This is where you play ARAM. I bet you never noticed that at the end of the bridge, you can actually see the entrance to the Frostguard Citadel. And in fact, the ghastly shopkeeper is one of the soldiers who remembers the coming of the Watchers.
Oh.
After getting inside, we would fight Lysandra's frozen thralls. These are trolls that Lysandra
Makes
twisted
sense.
herself to serve her. But they are also supported by the Harbinger of Thralls, whatever that is. Then we would fight through Lysandra's army of the Druglorn. These warriors dedicated their lives to Lysandra, knowing that they are protecting the world from the end of everything. Next, we would face the most mysterious creatures of the Freljord. We don't really know what they looked like in their pure form. We only know what they look like after they were corrupted by the Watchers. And these would be the creatures with their very interesting names. There is She Who Wanders, They Who Endure, and It That Stares. Whatever these creatures used to be, now they are titanic. With their I-beam disintegrating
I feel like this raid boss would actually be all of them together. It's one of those, like a council fight type thing, not like one at a time.
reality. Then of course we would have to get past Lysandra herself before we arrive at the Frozen Watcher.
Yeah.
I think it's likely that we are going to fight one of these. And what's cool is that even though this is the toughest enemy this universe has to offer, even if we defeat it, we don't really defeat all the Watchers.
Yeah.
That's the clever backdoor of
We also don't know how many there are. We don't even know if the Watchers that went to our reality, to that reality, are all of them. We don't. I think she only froze like a few of them, not all of them.
this universe. We can't destroy them all. They are the primal force. There is an
Yeah.
endless sea of them. If anything, our reality is a parasite in their void.
Yeah.
So if we defeat a frozen Watcher, all we really do is plug a hole. But the Watchers continue being a threat.
Yeah.
Anyway, this Watcher looks strange, doesn't it? It's not really the floating eye that you would imagine. Well, that's because, as it is with all the League of Legends stories, there is a twist.
Oh.
You see, just as the Watchers are able to corrupt a being, they are also open to being corrupted themselves.
Makes sense.
The process always comes from both sides. And so, the more the
It's like that sentence. Oh, sorry. The sentence of like, if you stare long enough into the void tends to stare back. This is that in reverse. When you stare long enough into the light tends to stare back at you.
the Watchers interact with humans, for example, the more human-like they become themselves. And since the Watchers in the Freljord were frozen there for thousands of years, Legend of
They
Runeterra
might
shows
develop.
us that once they would break through, that's what they would look like. They would have many human-like limbs. The story told us they have fur from
face.
all the animals, and they even have a creepy fake
Yep.
face. So no, this is not what a pure Watcher would look like. This is a Watcher tainted by the people of the Freljord.
Mutated.
Also, you might be wondering, how do we
evolved.
actually beat the most powerful
Yeah.
being in this universe?
Yeah, do elaborate.
Well, that's where the stories collide. First of all, Lysandra would be the key to freezing the Watchers. She would have to be on our side at the end there.
Yeah.
Also,
we
the
beat her ass, and then she's on our side. Yeah, the usual.
primal god Ornn constructed the bridge leading to the citadel.
Oh.
And this bridge was used as a magical seal to help keep the watchers down there.
Oh.
So Ornn himself would help us. But most important,
I think we need to beat the shit out of him first, though. In order, like, kind of like, we beat the shit out of him to prove that we can deal with the Watchers type of thing, probably.
there is another massive storyline
Dead
that
Ornn.
is in Shurima centered around a Voidborn known as Belveth. Because this video is already way too long,
Way too long,
super
yeah.
quickly. You know how the Watchers themselves got tainted when interacting with reality?
Okay.
Down in Shurima, a small pocket dimension formed between the Void and our reality.
Yeah.
It was sort of like a cancer growth on the
Is that Cassidon?
Void. In fact, if you dive deeper into this, you may realize that this is directly correlating to real-life cancer. If you don't know, cancer is just living tissue that decided, hey, I don't want to die.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened here.
Basically.
As the Void started consuming people in Shurima, it got
Not living tissue, it's a cell.
tainted by the people and it formed
Malfunctioning cell that doesn't
self-awareness.
want to die.
Soon, because this cancerous growth inside the Void needed to represent itself, it grew a creature known as Belveth.
Ah.
A Voidborn that looks a bit fishy because she consumed a harbor, but also she doesn't actually like the Watchers because the Watchers want to end everything. And all
Including
Belveth wants
Void.
to do is to live. And so these days, Belveth is consuming entire cities at a time. And she is rebuilding everything with the information she got. With her ultimate end goal being to rebuild all reality. So that she could be reality and she would be strong enough to fight the Watchers. Of course, at this time, she doesn't really have all the information gathered. So whenever she's recrafting cities and people, it all looks uncanny. However, at this point, she consumed hundreds of thousands of people. And she's using all of their brain power, so Belveth is very smart. Now, the reason why this storyline is important is because Belveth once talked to Kaisa, and she offered her a deal. If mortals helped Belveth consume reality faster, she would spare them to be the last she would consume. Belveth said that she did the calculations
Kind of a
and she
shitty-
knows that humanity could never beat her. But at least, with this deal, she gave them the chance to create a weapon.
Where's this cinematic from? Is this the Belveth cinematic? God damn, I need to watch this fucking cinematic.
Or maybe find a hero who maybe could slay her. She
Cassidon.
knows they could never achieve it.
Cassidon's
but she
my
is
hero.
willing to give them the chance. And you see, this is where we can get another twist. This wasn't confirmed, this is purely my theory. But I believe that there is a way to destroy Belveth. See, Belveth believes that we can't beat her. But the fact is, she used hundreds of thousands of human brains to figure it out.
Oof.
But the humans can't even comprehend the power of the Celestials. So I believe Aurelian Soul could destroy her. She just doesn't have the brain power to figure that out herself. So
Fair
what
enough.
I think is going to happen is that at some point we are going to beat Belveth. She
Yeah, but we can't do Targon first if we're gonna beat Belveth. It's like, you know?
realizes she was wrong. She realizes that humanity is stronger than her when fighting the Watchers, and she decides to help us destroy them. So should we ever get a raid on the
I think
Frostbound
no.
Citadel? I wouldn't be
I think we would still just destroy her.
surprised if before that we got another raid where we delve into Belveth's little pocket dimension, and with her help we move to the north. Or, you know, we just destroy her. That would be way cooler.
Yeah.
So all
yeah,
of that
we
is
just
still
destroy
just a
her.
wild
Yeah.
theory. The fact is, we are fighting the Watchers. That is inevitable.
Yeah, eventually we have to. I mean, this is what it
And
is.
that was all the raids I wanted to show you. All of them.
The problem is, it's like, what comes after the Watchers? Because Watchers is literally like, it's like fighting the first ones in WoW. It's like, what, are you gonna be like, oh, well, the reason we want the, like, imagine they go but down there. I was like, well, the reason we wanted to keep sleeping is because if we're awake, our brains start manifesting just by default these other creatures that we can't deal with, so it causes a problem. Imagine like they go down that route. It's like, oh my god,
are
fuck
supported
off.
by the lore, and it is up to
So
Riot
now-
whether they want to do them or not. Except the last 3 raids. Those are happening. There is no way around it.
Eventually,
But
yeah.
because people are going to freak out, let me give you some honorable mentions. This universe also technically
Yeah.
has the Grim Reaper. While they may have many forms, the most well-known form of death itself is Kindred.
Yep.
We wouldn't really have a good reason to fight them though,
Nope.
since death isn't really an evil entity in this universe,
Yeah.
but, you know, they exist.
Well, it can be, depends how you spin the Mordekaiser story, right?
I would also love to fight
Yeah.
against Vladimir's Hemomancers. We could also get a raid on the Earth
Dungeon.
Sign, with Volibear being the final boss, the primal god of wilderness. In the east, there is also the mysterious demon known as Ashlash, a 7-handed liquid demon that is locked
Interesting.
beneath the earth, in a place known as the 7th layer. Neela is currently
Seven-
wielding its power,
seven
and
hells,
it looks
yeah.
like a setup for the future. Also, there is Fiddlesticks, the primal and most powerful demon on Runeterra.
Oh, is he?
Fiddlesticks itself is just a puppet. The demon is what you can see
Oh.
inside the cage. But because Fiddlesticks
Oh.
is roaming around the world, I couldn't really figure out a raid setting. But you bet we are fighting him at some point. If you want a creepy video to react to, find Fiddlesticks cinematic.
Yeah.
Simply said, the lore supports
It is pretty
so
bad.
much more than what
Pretty
I showed
good,
you
but pretty
today.
bad.
And in the future, I can make a smaller video where I cover the dungeons of this MMO.
Samira.
All being theoretical, of course.
Darius.
But for now, that's it. I'm running out of content, so let's see, what do we have next?
But here's my question: why
Oh,
hold
God.
the lav mic?
Wait, what do you...
Alright. Damn, that was a really good video. I would say a bunch of them are raids, but sorry, a bunch of them can be raids, but like I feel like a few of them that he said raids are definitely dungeon. There's like, look, there's no way something like whatever her name is from Zon is a raid. She doesn't have the power. Like, her power is money, you know? But it's not China. China would be a raid, right? She's more like, you know, some city in China where all the slaves are at, yeah? Like, you know? It's like, she runs a slave camp, basically. That's the dungeon. It's not a raid. Anyways, yeah, great video. I don't want to make this any longer than it has to be. I also try to react as little as I can because it's already over an hour just of reacts because the video is like almost an hour. Yeah, anyways, great videos. I can't wait to start doing to start going through the lore that he says about the character. The Azir Zereth part was kind of weird, but also kind of still right based on what I covered in the lore. But yeah, anyways, that's the video. And I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Alright, cool. So, what do we have next? Well, we did an hour of WoW. Of League. Let's do something quick on WoW. This team did actually do a brilliant job here. I'm pretty sure I don't care about this. What is this?
Just, hey, we've got limit, and but the
Oh
idea.
yeah, I know what it is. I don't care. Okay. No, I don't care about that as well. Okay, so these are the two videos I have. This one will be kind of like a Bella roast. Not really. I'm not much of a roasting guy. And also, like, I saw, I think, about like 5 minutes of this, up to about, yeah, somewhere around there. And I did make a comment. It's spicy. But I mean, ish, you know. I'm not saying anything that is not real. Anyways, we're gonna watch this. So let's just get into it. Alright. Beller is shocked he's had this much fun in World of Warcraft at the end of an expansion. Can you believe having fun at the end of the expansion? Anyways, let's read some of the comments. Didn't you do a similar video during BFA? Ooh, big like. Yes, he did. Because corruption powers were amazing. The only problem was acquisition, but it was really fun once you got them. I ran a Mythic Zero and got yelled at by the team for not having add-ons or knowing routes or some dumb shit. WoW players are freaking confusing. Yeah. It's good not to get done with a day of work, then come home. Okay, I don't know what he said. Please say you are doing higher than 9. It will be hard to get a good opinion on anything less than 15, mainly as ads do not live long enough to do tactics. Bro, big true, because he's playing a disc priest. I don't think Beller can do high keys on disc. You never invite disc priests for high keys. I'm sorry, it's just not a good dungeon healer. After playing other newer, better games, every time I try to come back to WoW, it just feels farther and farther from modern, worthwhile experience. Bro, so true! The added fact that the leadership in charge of Blizzard are gaslighting toxic asshats who have proven their desire and ability to rip any fun out of the game as soon as possible. Big true. I can't see myself trying another Blizzard product until I see months of great reviews. Something I doubt will ever happen. Good luck all. Bro, big. Biggest true that has ever been true, as Zach would say. It's not very wacky of you, Wacky Warrior. What newer games have you been playing? Final Fantasy is definitely not a better MMO. Its PvP is awful. You have not tried its PvP lately then, my friend. Its rating is simple and basic, also known as boring. You have not done Savage then, my friend. The graphics and art style is also vomit-inducing. Looks better than WoW. Sorry. After the last phase of Blizzard's toxic gaslighting on how awesome Shadowlands was, I'm all whacked out. Did they actually say that Shadowlands was awesome? I agree on the PvP, but everything else is much better in my opinion. Man, I played Final Fantasy and I thought it was amazing. There are so many things to do outside of raiding, and the raids and classes are all awesome. Great story, great lore, great zones. Class lore is amazing. The Realm Reborn dungeons are kind of boring and easy. Yep. I honestly found Final Fantasy 14 raids to be harder than WoW raids. They're harder on the personal level, by far, yes. And the player's skill level in FF14 is way higher than your average drooling WoW player who constantly seems to take pride in being the worst teammate possible and making it a point of pride to never bother learning how to play the game. Big true. Big true. I get you. Retail players are very insecure about other games because you're afraid of losing all your mounts or mogs or chivos. Yeah, this is the biggest issue why people refuse to quit WoW. It's not like they would play no matter how bad the game is. The reason they can't leave is because it would invalidate years of their time, which are a crutch for your entire sense of self-worth, etc. But a little healthy competition is never a bad thing. Okay, last comment. Personally, I feel like this happens at the end of most expects. Yep. The artificial barriers are removed and the game just also, the artificial barriers are removed if you have suffered through the expansion. If you haven't, it's easier to get to the end game, but you still have a lot of hoops to go through if you just joined the game and you didn't play any Shadowlands. And the game just become a heck of a lot more enjoyable to play. My biggest fear is that the early expect bait and switch will come back into the game with time gating mechanics, caps, borrowed power grinds. There's no borrowed power as far as I know, but everything else, yep. Alright, let's see what the video is about.
I know this might come as a shock.
It's not a shock, Beller. You have been sucking Blizzard's dick for the last 2 months ever since Dragonflight came out. Maybe sucking dick is not, but you were accepting the dick in the salad. Let's just say it like that.
But I've been playing quite a lot of World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
What? Actually, more than I have in a long, long time. And
Mythic +2. God. You know, he's having fun Mythic +2 on a class he's not familiar with. I can't blame him.
even more shocking, I've actually been having fun. So, have I lost my mind?
Mythic 9? Alright. Moving up in the world. I want to see a Mythic 15 or 16 on Disc Priest, bro.
That's the question. Doubly so when you find out that it's been Mythic Plus. Something that had
Mythic
not
8.
resonated with
Damn.
me, that hadn't been my focus. What is the sheer madness? I'll tell you what happened today.
Yeah, you're not doing Mythic 15s. You're not doing Mythic rating. You're playing a new class, a new spec, completely different from what you played before. You're not playing DPS, you're playing a healer, so there's the whole like, oh, this is new and exciting. It's a completely different job. If you played Holy Paladin instead of Red Paladin, you would have just as much fun.
Season 4 appeared to do a few interesting things.
Yeah, sure.
I was kind of keen to see what these dungeons would be like. I'd missed out doing loads of them in Mythic Plus. And after being a DPS for my entire
Level
WoW
8.
career, I
Yep.
thought I'd go healer. Wait,
Yeah, and you chose the worst healer for dungeons. I fucking love it. The worst healer for dungeons by far is a Disc Priest. And you chose Disc Priest.
with Disc, apparently something in just about the F tier for every Mythic Plus tier.
Yeah, I wonder why, because you don't have an oh shit button. You don't bring anything to the fucking run. You're literally trolling if you're playing Disc Priest on high keys. Can you do a Mythic 15? Technically, yes. But why would someone invite you to a Mythic 15 unless they're your guildies or your friends if they can take any other healer and the job would be so much easier?
Tier list. Well, I think it's really cool, and I've been playing it.
Yeah,
And what I've found over these last few weeks has shown the best and the worst of WoW, and it did something that...
Bro, this is a Mythic 4 and people are at half HP. They would be dead twice in a Mythic 15. 3 times even.
actually surprised me. It reawakened my
Look how
intrinsic
slow he
motivation
is,
to do non-sweaty gameplay related stuff in the game.
Yeah, grats.
And this
yeah.
really taught me the true damage of how Blizzard have designed this game since BFA. I logically understood why I fell out of love with playing the game,
Oh yeah.
but now
Tell me.
I
Tell
feel it.
me.
And today's sponsor. Skillshare is the closest we've got to downloading a skill into your brain.
No.
Matrix style.
Not even
Here's
close.
Michael Murr, and he is going to teach you some game development. And the first 1,000 of you to follow my link will get a month of Skillshare Premium for absolutely free. Skillshare is an online learning community with thousands of inspiring classes for anyone who loves learning and wants to explore their creativity, learning new skills. Programming and Unity, they are things that are pretty close to my heart. I did the sort of like hardcore, boring, custom engine programming stuff in uni, and that was all cool and fun, but let me tell you, actually getting stuck into the engine you're going to use, that's the real way to do it, and to learn by doing. So, what better way to learn C# than to use it to make a little game?
Yeah, but isn't that like the only real way to learn? It's like, can you learn Photoshop without actually using Photoshop? Nah, probably not. You know, if you want to use Photoshop, you want to Photoshop stuff. I'm not gonna react to Skillshare. I already shared my opinion about how bad this is. For the price, it's good. It's like $150 a year or some shit, or $250 for the price. It's good, but let's say this: if you want to learn a skill, $250 a year for a variety of skills is definitely going to be very low quality.
These are the resources that didn't really exist when I or my friends were starting off,
True.
but they are here for you. With Skillshare, you can shave years off your journey by just getting started, and in so many different fields. Today we're talking about game development, but of course, productivity, art, there is so much. So, for game dev, take Michael's courses, do some game jams, meet some people in your local scene, and these are great. They're for beginners, they're approachable, and they'll take you right through. And they're awesome. He's got stuff for 2D, 3D, building an RPG. What an amazing resource to have, and you can get it on Skillshare, the online learning community for creators. So what better way to use the free month for the first 1,000 to click my link down below.
I feel like the first 1,000 thing is a very scammy thing because there's no way. Because every time you watch his video, it's for first, like every time he does a Skillshare ad, it's for first 1,000. It's like, bro, what, has the first 1,000 not filled up yet?
Will get.
how shit is
Well, I
returning.
covered how well
Very.
fought with its players for this video. It was an almost comical segment, right? Like, there
Very
was
shit.
so much. The job of Season 4, then, is to kill that friction. So here's my experience. This season stopped all forms of borrowed power, in a way.
Also, it depends from which point you're returning. If you're returning from 9.1 into 9.2, or 9.25, whatever it is now, Season 4, it's not that bad, because you probably already have your Covenant at 80, and like you did pretty much all the quests, and you probably did Zereth Mortis. So yeah, it's not that bad returning. If you quit at 9.0, buddy, let me tell you, you got a lot of grinding ahead of you before you can do any good content.
Legendaries don't have a new rank, conduits don't get new item level.
They don't have a new rank if you had 9.2, if you played during 9.2. If you stop at 9.0, get ready to spend some real fucking moolah.
Now, they're still a pain in the ass, but they're not that bad. The campaign skips help out too. So, there is stuff to do. In
And the skips only work if one of your characters finished, so...
zero way is it intuitive stuff, and that is dead annoying, and
Yeah.
certainly a big barrier for new players who will be super confused. But
Yeah.
once you are through that stuff, which has been made so much easier, the bullshit of Shadowlands no longer matters. Now, I had 12,000 Cosmic Flux laying around in my old main from the start of this patch, so
Congrats.
getting my new disc
So if he had Cosmic Flux, means he played during 9.2. So yeah, again, could you buy shit for your priest? Sure. However, as far as I've seen, your priest had 40,000 HP in a Mythic 2. 40,000 HP is maybe 235 item level. That's very low.
priest, a full set of maxed out conduits with the new item Blizzard added was simple. Though really it should cost less. I mean, giving that to everyone for free would basically be Blizzard saying, hey, conduits, don't think
Hey, here you go. Play any class you want. Why not? You only have a few months before the next expansion comes on.
about them, and that would be better. But anyway,
Healer, why do I have as much HPS as you? Because he's a disc priest, brother. That's why. Healing done. Paladin, twice as much healing. And his name is uninstall. I love it.
take Tier. Tier is fun. And the Creation Catalyst makes it so much nicer to obtain. I feel like my character is kitted out and good to go, and that has been a reasonable thing.
Look, the thing is, if you're playing WoW for fun and not competitively, you can just do Mythic Zeros, Mythics 1, Mythic 2, Mythic 0, Mythic 2s, up to maybe Mythic 5. And yeah, you can have fun, you can play whatever you want. Gear is not a problem, like you don't really need gear. Then yeah, sure, go ahead. But if you want to place on a serious level, bro, let me tell you, he's not bringing that priest for heroic runs unless he's getting carried.
Which is satisfying. So, Shadowlands, it's still an utter design mess that's very confusing for no good reason.
Yep.
A total load of horseshit for new players. But Blizzard have kneecapped most of its bullshit on purpose, and that's good. I'm glad Dragonflight appears to be...
Yeah, I'm glad they do it at the end of every fucking expansion. Like, remember artifact weapons? Oh, man.
carrying, hopefully, I think so far, precisely 0 of those really stupid ideas forward. So, with the bullshit removed, is WoW, like, still fun?
The bullshit is not removed. The bullshit is removed for you because you went through it. If you come back as a new player to Shadowlands, if you come back as a... Like, if you start Shadowlands, you're fucked. Like, if you never played Shadowlands. If you quit at anytime before 9.2, basically you have the Zereth Mortis, you're also kind of fucked. Right? Actually, I would say before, like, 9.1. If you quit during 9.1, you never finished your... what do you call it? Covenant campaigns and all that stuff. Yeah, you're fucked for like a good, like many hours. Like, you're not gonna have fun. It's bad.
Look at this graph. For the longest time, WoW ended up not really falling in the fun bits of this graph.
Boredom, anxiety. Anxiety? I don't care how hard content ever was. All it made me do is not want to do it. It didn't develop anxiety where I was stressed over it. I was like, yeah, I don't want to push a plus 20. It's not fun. There's no purpose. Yo, I don't want to do mythic rating because fucking Johnny over here keeps fucking wiping us. It wasn't anxiety. It was like, more like, I would say closer to hopelessness.
But
and
for
boredom.
once, this graph is actually my friend. You see, I'm learning a new class, a new spec, a new role, all while hopping into Mythic Plus, a part of the game that I had generally ignored.
Damn.
And shockingly, it's here that the sliding difficulty scale of Mythic Plus has actually worked
Mythic
quite well,
9.
because as I am getting better at the game, I am running higher keys, and that is keeping me in that nice flow state region. It's all generated a nice feedback loop, where actually the game feels really very satisfying.
Look at the healing chart. The paladin, who is the tank, almost out heals the healer, and he's only self-healing. I can guarantee the paladin's pretty much only self-healing.
To play. Now, is Disc
Now here's the thing. If you're a protection paladin and you have to self-heal that much, your healer's not doing a good job. Means you cannot do as much Shield of Righteous, means you're doing less damage. And that's also why his DPS is so low. With how many mobs are there here? 1, 2, 3. I don't even... Maybe more. Aerial oppression. Oh, this is the boss? Okay.
actually the game feels really very satisfying to play.
Let's see. The rogue has 70,000 HP. Hunter has 70,000 HP. Demon Hunter has 7,000 HP. And Beller has about 55,000 HP. So Beller is like 20 item levels below everyone. Everyone in this group is over gearing Mythic 8 by at least 8 levels.
Play. Now, is Disc the bottom of everyone's Mythic Plus tier
Yes.
list? Yes!
Yes.
I guess they're busy in Dragonflight, and that's why we haven't seen any love. Now, as
sure.
much as I could be salty, maybe I will get salty, but I can
You
get
should
by
be.
just fine, and while less unique,
Mythic 9s,
I
yeah.
know that if things get bad, I can still go to Holy, and it is enjoyable enough. That graph from earlier, though, it's really just to say
Should
that
be going to Holy.
the parts of the game that are in and around intrinsic motivation, those are working for me right now because I'm feeling engaged in the game itself and its mechanic.
Because you're a healer. Healer is extremely more engaging than being DPS. So is tanking. Tanking in a dungeon is substantially more fun than DPS. You are in charge of the pulls, you're in charge of the pace, and as long as your healer can keep up and DPS can kill shit fast enough, you can just keep on going. Right? Your positioning is important, how you pull the mobs is important, where you put the mobs is important. If you LOS, if you don't LOS, can you silence, can you grip, all that stuff. These are great stuff that the tank can do. Healer, very reactive, sometimes you gotta set up some stuff because you know big damage is coming. Like with Disc Priest, you gotta set up some barriers, give everyone that... forgot what that buff is called, but basically when you're gonna do damage to an enemy, your allies are gonna get healed. When you know big damage is gonna happen, you have to have everyone already set up with the buff, so when the damage happens, you do your big damage and heals everyone up. Yeah, shit like this is way more interesting as a healer. DPS is that's all DPS does, right? It's like it's kind of brain dead. So yeah, obviously you're gonna have more fun as a healer. Talk to me in 3 weeks when all you do is healing and tell me that you're still enjoying it though.
Thanks. I'm not getting bored. I'm not raging out that much. Plus,
Because you're learning the class. Of course you're not raging out. If I'm learning, my expectations are literally to learn. Wiping and stuff is not something I'm gonna rage about. Someone will be like, oh, okay, I could have used this. It's a very different... everyone else is raging because of you, though. That's not a good experience for other people.
the dungeons? Well, let's do a tier list. Junkyard. B tier. Neat but not standout.
Hey man, he
Workshop,
doesn't say
though,
us.
easy S tier. because those bosses are just awesome. Lower Kara, I'm gonna give it B as well. A fun-
Amen, dude. I know he loves lower care. If he was gonna say S, I probably would have turned off the video right now.
nostalgia
Out of rage.
blast, but oh man, those run
Sucks.
times.
Yes.
Upper Kara, yeah, I have to give it an S. Actually, the cool factor, it's
I'll give it
awesome.
an
Okay, it does have that one hell corridor, but I think that's fine.
I'll give it an A.
Tazavesh Straits, I'm going to give it an A. The fights
C.
are fun, there's nothing stupidly frustrating, and Tazavesh, I mean, man, it's just a cool place to be
C.
playing the game.
I'll give it an F, to be
Solia's
honest,
Gambit?
but it's not an option.
Easy
I don't even know.
S tier. I mean, the changes in scenery are fun, it's quick, it's snappy, and that final boss is absurdly cool. Overall, Tazavesh is a triumph.
Overall, I'd say Tazavesh is like a D. Like, the whole dungeon together is a D. I hated the dungeon as a whole. The patrols are annoying, the bosses are annoying. Some shit is just there to fucking waste your time with the puzzle to open the, what's it called? To open the gate to the boss inside of the, like the dancing boss, whatever. The mailbox was fucking bugged when it was released. Maybe it's good now, but overall, I just don't like the dungeon as a whole.
Grimrail.
I'll give it that. The dungeons are cool. I just don't like the dungeon. The bosses are cool. The dungeon is like really not fun. Grimrail Depot, I'll give it probably. Well, if you're going from S to C, I'll give it an A. But it's probably, if it's S to F, I would give it a C.
This is a weird one. C, but I enjoy C tier, but I do enjoy running it. Basically, it's that weird thing where none of the bosses are standouts, and I have to dock some points because the camera's really annoying.
Yeah.
But I enjoy the theming. Iron Docks, solid B. I mean,
Yeah,
only
fair.
the last boss is really of note, but I kind of like the
Last
Iron
boss
Horde
is a
setting.
Everything in this dungeon is a joke, to be honest. What's so special with the last boss? Knocks you back, you gotta run, especially like as a priest, like not even a problem. Paladin can just bobble all the way to the boss, and second time he gets knocked back, he can bop to the boss. I mean,
The VO's fun, and the dungeon is a nice length. It's not standout, but it's a solid default slicer.
dungeons are way too fucking take way too long though. 30-minute run, man. Like expect a 30-minute to time.
Wow. Yeah, this season comes in real high for me.
Orbs Prio try to stack. Thank you to stack on tank. Yeah, last on evocation. Whatever.
I think this dungeon pool is just awesome. It's super fun. Honestly,
He's clearly running it with the same group over and over. Uninstall is his tank all the time. I don't know what the other guys are, but it's like they're clearly way over geared. I mean, 110,000 HP tank was that 80,000 HP DPS. Yeah, I mean, everyone's over geared for the 13.
it's more fun than the admittedly smallish amount of Shadowlands Mythic Plus that I'd done. But also, I'm a bit of a sadist, so I'll say this. Hey Blizzard, Skyreach and Shadow Moon Burial Grounds for next season, alright? Let's do that.
I don't see a problem with either of them. All you gotta do for Skyreach is either pretty much bring a Demon Hunter for Skyreach, just for the after I forgot his name. After the bird, you just need a Demon Hunter to get to the bird fast, pull it, and then jump back to the team. I don't see any problem with Burial Grounds. The Burial Grounds was not that hard of a dungeon.
I want to see people seethe as they go into Skyreach because of just that kind of.
I just need a Demon Hunter.
Seriously, Skyreach is awesome. And like WoD's dungeons are just so good. I mean, their mechanics were often pretty great, their theming was just wonderful, and they all felt so Warcraft. Though nothing is more Warcraft than complaining about gearing, so let's do that.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do
Shockingly,
gearing.
I don't have to start with a complaint. I've got to say, Uncapped Valor simply needs to stay. Simple as that.
Obviously.
Even though
Uncapped Valor needs to stay, and buying gear with Valor needs to be a thing.
it is undoubtedly slow going, knowing that I am not wholly unrewarded.
Here's what you can do with Valor. Daily reward that is higher, weekly reward that is higher, and then everything else is farmable at a lower rate. Kind of like how Final Fantasy does it with like tombstones. You have the daily where you can get like 350 tombs from, like I'm talking about like the shitty tombs that you get like whatever all the gear from. The shitty tombs, you have dailies that give you a lot of tombs. The new tombs, like the astrology or whatever, they give you like extra for daily stuff, but you have a weekly cap. Remove the weekly cap, obviously, but have like a weekly that gives you a shit ton of valor. Have dailies that give you substantial amount of valor, and outside of the dailies, if you want to grind dungeons from a valor, go for it.
If I don't get loot from a
And
dungeon,
also have the vault. If you don't have anything that you want from the vault, have an option to get valor points.
is nice.
Boom, problem solved
yeah,
with gearing.
technically doing a Mythic Plus run will help out the vault, but I think that when we start to play WoW, to make next week's Bing Bing Wahoo box glow a bit more, then, well, I think that is basically a truly copium lifestyle.
Yeah.
So yes, Uncapped Valor. I feel like I'm progressing. I think
hate
that
this
is
boss.
very good. It seems the players near unanimously like and want to keep Uncapped Valor. I mean, I wouldn't mind a higher drop rate of Valor. I've seen a lot of people mention that because, like, the upgrades are gated by rating anyway. But I can understand some of Blizzard's reasons to be a bit more conservative there. Anyway, that brings me to pacing. So, my TLDR here is Blizzard clearly tries to make gearing last a long, long time.
Yeah, for no reason.
Now, you know the dinars that they added in Season 4 that people like but tend to think are a bit slow? Well, Blizzard actually consider them to be very fast. Now, personally,
Oh my
I would rather
God,
feel
bro.
like I could mostly complete my character
The
at
fuck
the
was
level of
that?
difficulty that I would actually do a bit more quickly. And then free to hop over to an alt, or maybe just do something else in my main character, or maybe take a month or two off.
How is everyone losing so much HP in a Mythic 4? Jesus Christ, man. And the Paladin uninstall. Obviously, he's overgeared. He's out healing everyone.
Leaving satisfied that I've achieved my goals.
Bro, if this had Grievous, 3 people would have been dead by now.
But I think Blizzard do just want a slower pace. As for the vault,
Why?
it is what it is.
Why?
I happen to get lucky enough with my vault, but I know it would...
Why slower pace, though? Jesus Christ. Okay, let me give you an example. I'm 2 weeks into the new raid. I've only done it for 2 weeks now. 3 weeks. Aside from chest, I have every piece from the new raid. A ring, a brace, a neck, an earring. I have boots, I have gloves, I have a helmet, and I have pants. Sorry, I don't have boots as well, but boots is like, no one cares. Like, you can ignore it. Right? All I'm missing really is chest, which I'm supposed to get next week. And I'm pretty much, like, in a month, I maxed out on my gear for normal raid. And I barely play the game. I literally just log in, do the raid, whatever, like do a daily, max out my Tombstone of Astrology, make sure I kill the last boss to get the weapon token, and that's it. I barely have time to play Final Fantasy XIV. I am almost maxed out on normal raid gear. If I had time to do Savage, and like I actually had a proper I had time to look for a Savage static, maybe I wouldn't kill the last boss, but I would be almost stacked on Savage gear by now. 3 weeks in. Why does it take months in WoW to be fully stacked? How are you supposed to play other classes? Or specs?
Would have been super frustrating.
The only reason you can, to an extent, is because you have 7-8 months of no content.
I didn't. I think maybe if the vault had a dinar-like backup currency that
Valor?
could be saved up to get some gear, then
Valor.
perhaps that could be onto something.
Yeah,
But
Valor.
anyway, gearing for me has not been that bad.
Yes, you're playing with people who don't need gear. So they can just funnel you everything.
Progression has been fun, and the Creation Catalyst is a true game changer as well. I mean, I've got my 4-piece, I felt like I earned it, I'm having a lot of fun with it, and that's great. So, it's really good to hear the Blizzard will be keeping something like the Catalyst around in the future.
Yeah.
Now, you may have noticed something so far. I'm relatively happy with all this. See,
Yeah.
I've been playing with Matt, and he's been tanking.
That's why. That's who uninstall is. Matt. Yeah. Let me guess, Matt also rolls for Holy, so the trinkets and rings and neck and stuff like that drop for healer, so he can just give you that gear.
I'm therefore protected from most of Mythic Plus's downsides,
Yeah.
but I'm not immune. One thing's for sure, holy shit, Mythic Plus is a fragile experience, and its punishing elements make that feel worse. So here's an interaction that will just...
It's not a it is a fragile experience because people do it for gear. If they see they're not gonna get gear, they leave, they go next. It's a waste of time experience, right? It's like when you know the run is bad, it's a waste of time, ergo, go next. It's like playing League of Legends and at 5 minutes you have a bot Vayne that is 5 or 10-0. Yeah, this game is over. There's no point continuing. FF15, obviously, I think League should have FF5 with some games. Yeah, I mean, that's not a fragile, that's not a we can do it team. No, this is fucking pointless, this is useless, this game is not fun. This Vayne is just gonna 1v9 the whole game because bot lane just fucking fed the Vayne for no reason. Game over. And that's what Mythic Plus is. Listen, if you're doing Mythic Plus 5 and you wipe to trash, yeah, I'm out of here, bro. I'm not staying for that shit. Are you kidding me?
Just put a great big happy smile on your face. We're in lower 9, we kill the first boss, there's a partial wipe because of a trash overpull and final curtain killing people.
Yep.
Okay, dumb stuff. Anyway, we try to razz up, but the DH and the DK release.
Yep.
They can't get past a patrolling mob.
Yep.
So they decide instead they're going to do another route. Now they only decide this after me and Matt run for ages to go and try to kill that mob so they could rejoin the group because we assumed that's what they were going to be doing.
Yeah.
Now they then go
they
to
went
a
upstairs.
different position that would form part of another route, but it was clearly a route that the other 3 people in the dungeon were not taking.
Yeah.
They then sat there, AFK, in complete silence for 10 minutes. No response. Insane.
Yeah, that's just dumb. But at the same time, they died in a +9. I mean, at this point, you know.
And then later, when we weren't
How do you overpull right after the first boss? Like, how do you not remember this dungeon?
doing the Opera House skip, mid-pull, the DK just decided to run off to the left, pull another whole group into everyone.
Yeah. There's 4 minutes left with 22 deaths, bro. They're not staying.
Purposely wiping us. Now, if we were going to do that skip, then sure. But there is zero communication. At all. None of this intent was communicated. Now, these people had high item levels, they had higher ratings.
And somehow you died in a +8. Yeah. No shit, they're tilted. I'm surprised they didn't leave outright. Maybe they knew who Beller is and they're like, oh, whatever, fuck it. We'll just troll him instead of just leave.
But absolutely no skills to actually run a dungeon with people. And continually I found people with higher ratings than me and Matt, with higher item levels, and they just did not know shit. They just didn't know mechanics. It was...
Well, I mean, it is lower Kara, like, why would they know it if they didn't play? But even then,
crazy.
The run is over, and they don't need a +9 if they have that much item level.
I mean, what the fuck? So that Kara, that lower Kara, it was an absolute hell experience that was made worse by people's refusal to just talk. Upon completion, of course, we got a +8 key, because obviously we did not time it.
Yeah.
So not only were we punished by the game for, well, punished by our peers with the mental anguish of those assholes, we then, also just had our time wasted, and then the game decided to slide in and say, hey, we're going to deplete that key too.
Well, yeah, brother.
So overall, that's just a terrible experience.
Yeah,
I think
that's
some
Mythic
aspects of Mythic Plus need to be fixed.
Yep.
Key depletion.
Remove the key, make it a queuable. You don't need 15 levels, you need 5. You have Mythic 0, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Each level adds an affix. 2 adds an affix, 3 adds an affix, 4 adds an affix, 5 adds an affix. You do 5, you're done. like 5 is the highest. You can go 6, 7, 8, whatever if you want, but like 5 is the highest there. And you can queue into it. As long as you have the mythic rating, you can queue into it. Boom. Problem solved. Holy shit, so hard.
Remove it. If a key is too hard, you just go to the depletion NPC if you want to deplete your key.
Yeah.
You don't have to, why? Is it not punishment enough that you've not achieved your goal and you've wasted some of your time? Then it's kind of odd getting a 5-second per death penalty when the real penalty is the corpse runtime. So I wonder if they could rebalance those things, maybe change up some of the checkpointing so the corpse runs will not be as long, but that...
Or just remove the timer, make it 5 drops. Why is there a timer at all? If you can finish it in 2 hours, you finished it, fuck it, whatever. Who cares?
The death penalty is...
Like, the reward of finishing it faster is the reward. You didn't spend as much time. But if you want to struggle through a Mythic 30 and for 3 hours, but eventually manage to do it, fuck it, here's the 31. Go for it. You want to waste another 4 hours of your time? Go for it.
It's a bit more impactful, maybe? I get how that could be tricky for different layouts.
There's no reason for the timer. Absolutely none.
Of course, all this stuff gets 10 times worse if you're in an all-pug group. Even getting
welcome
in
to
one
the
of
solo
those
world.
groups can be absurd for a DPS player. I mean, we will sift through 10 to 15 players for an average run, and that's not because we are being very discriminatory and only fishing for the highest item levels. It's just the applications come in so damn quick, and we can only choose 3 people, so we obviously go for whatever makes a decent comp and players who have a decent amount of experience. Now, from my perspective, it's amazing. I'm able to get a group in essentially 0...
Yeah, because you're a healer and a tank. DPS is easy to get. If you're a DPSer, though, brother.
time, especially with cross-faction, which has been an utter game-saving dream for...
Make a key as a DPS. Tell me how, for anything under plus 15, tell me how fast you get a healer and a tank.
Alliance Mythic Plus. But if you're a DPS, Mythic Plus pugging would be a thoroughly miserable experience.
It is a miserable experience.
Finding a guild, or maybe switching to be healer or tank yourself, and then having a healer or tank friend, that's probably the only way out. Because I know this, if I was pugging as a DPS, I couldn't make this video because it wouldn't be fun. Having constant, 10 to 30 minutes of time being wasted going through a million different declines just to get into a dungeon that then is maybe full of pugs and could go either way, that would murder the pace and it would not be fun. This is fun because we're a tank healer duo. So, I don't know how Blizzard can solve this, but...
Make it a queue.
I think...
Lower the amount of keys you need from 15 to 2 to 5 instead of 2 to 15.
There is no doubt that elements of the pugging experience are massively damaging.
I'm gonna make a forum post off of this. Fuck it.
And now for the real point. So basically, this one's really simple.
Try to,
my intrinsic motivation to do stuff in WoW just
cohesive.
woke up. And I think ultimately that's the thing. I wasn't playing for gear. I was playing for the sake of...
Yes, you're not playing for gear because you're learning, so you don't care. You're gonna get gear anyways because you have Matt to funnel holy gear to you, which is like the trinkets and the rings, the necklace, which is the hardest part to get. Gear as a whole, like chest and whatever, is easy, especially if you have a mage in your group. He probably won't need much of it, so you can take it.
Playing to check out these new dungeons, to check out the new seasonal affix, to try a new, new class, new spec, new role. So all of those things were just, for the part of me who plays video games for their mechanics, that all was really, really successful. And gear...
And again, it's really fun. It's like, why in the first 2 weeks of an expansion you can run Mythic Zeros and have a blast even if you're wiping like mad? Because you're learning, you're enjoying yourself. The gear is very secondary. You just want to know the mechanics so that when Mythic Plus comes around, you can do it. Bro, Mythic Plus 4, look at this. Mythic 4, 16 deaths. I wonder why Disc Priest is F tier in dungeons.
I suppose I got sort of lucky, but gear felt good enough while I was going through
And the
it.
thing is, 16 deaths, and they will time this, by the way. This is not even a... They are so over-geared, they would time a 16 death Mythic Plus run. The problem is the heals. Like, I mean, fuck, man. It's so fucked up.
To the point where overall, the core Mythic Plus loop was really working for me. And then the surprising thing happened.
Yeah, you're playing
One
one
night,
character.
where me and Matt were doing other things, so we weren't playing Mythic Plus together, I came home and I just found myself browsing the Transmog subreddit, looking around the Transmog window.
Yeah.
So this urge to start, transmogging my character just appeared. The urge to go and to finally get around to doing the Legion Priest class mount and the Disc Priest Mage Tower, those things just bubbled up to the surface.
Yeah.
And then I found myself wanting to...
Because now you care about your character. Wow. What a shocker. After you played your character for, I don't know, a few days, maybe a week, and you really enjoyed it, you kind of want to develop it. Guess what? I had the same feeling with the Demon Hunter when I just started playing it instead of my Red Paladin. I want to, well, I already had a lot of the Mogs, but I want like to get certain set pieces, like Mythic from Antorus and shit like that. Yeah, guess what? As soon as I got them, yeah, that's pretty much when I also quit Demon Hunter. Because like, at some point you're gonna stop caring because it's not your actual main.
to play WoW like I did in Mists, WoD, and Legion. That's what
What is
keeps
this
you
boss?
playing
Oh,
the game,
that's
right?
the-
It's like when you
yeah.
feel like you just want to do things in this world because there's just this imperceptible desire to do it inside yourself. Not imperceptible, intangible perhaps is a better word. And this led me to the true realization that is the reason why I'm making this video. The lesson I think that we all need to learn. When World of Warcraft stopped presenting me with progression-based friction...
It didn't stop. You stopped taking it as progression because your main goal as a disc priest was not progression, was learning. Well, you were progressing, but not with gear. You were progressing with knowledge. So yes, that's why you found it way more fun. Trust me, once you get to the 15s on a regular basis and that's all you do, that's when you're gonna start getting toxic again. That's when you're gonna start not enjoying the runs anymore because every little fuck up means a ruined key. On the +4, 16 deaths! 16! And you still had 20 minutes to go with like one boss remaining.
At every turn, I felt like I was just free to play and enjoy the game. And when this happened,
Yeah, when
my
you don't care
intrinsic
about gear, the
motivation
game
to
can be
learn
fun.
My spec and my role, that turned into a broad intrinsic motivation towards engaging with the rest of the game. So the lesson today is simple. It is to never repeat Shadowlands again. Because the second that Shadowlands was freed from its own bullshit, for me,
It wasn't.
because I already knew what its bullshit looked like, so I was able to
It
avail
wasn't
of and
freed. It was alleviated to an extent. It wasn't freed from bullshit. Just because it's better than it was doesn't mean it's good. It's like, oh, you went from diarrhea to just solid shit? Well, that's nice. Can we go into like, you know, flowers and rainbows maybe?
understand the various
Rose?
different skips that Blizzard added
Roses?
in recent patches. It turned into a fun, motivating experience.
I'm sure.
And
was
that all
Alifar?
has me
Or
more
normal?
excited for Dragonflight.
Yeah, I'm
Now,
sure.
this is me personally, not me professionally,
Mm-hmm.
right? Me professionally has still got to, look out for any signs of danger ahead. Anything
You haven't been doing that lately, though. Like, you kind of have, but a lot less. Like, it's like, well, they're making a step in the right direction. That's a good sign. It's a step. They have a mile to go. They took one step. They have a mile. They need bigger steps.
things that could be design problems. But me personally is significantly more excited for Dragonflight because my intrinsic motivation to play World of Warcraft re-emerged in these
great.
circumstances.
Good job.
And that means that if Dragonflight, an expansion which does not appear to be making the same mistakes of Battle for Azeroth,
Let's do that now. So, I log into WoW once in a while because I am selling stuff on the auction house to make some gold to buy tokens and shit. And while I was doing that, I also like finished leveling my war from 58 to 60, and I did some Zereth Mortis. You know what would have been more fun if I didn't have to do the fucking Zereth Mortis and just go into raids and shit. I mean, again, I'm not saying like they should remove Zereth Mortis or whatever, but the quest to kill 20 of this, 12 of this, find 30 of this guy, yeah, that's like, what the fuck is this shit? Why? Why didn't you kill 30? Why didn't you kill 12? Why didn't you kill 20? You want to see that I can kill some? Okay, let me kill 3. Because when I have to kill 12, well, guess what? By the time I kill the 6th one, I am at like a quarter HP. So, as a warrior, I have to wait now for my HP to regenerate because I didn't have food on me. If I was obviously on like a paladin, this would not be an issue because infinite mana and the holy power and all that stuff, I could be full HP. But man, why do I have to kill that man?
War of Shadowlands, when I think about that, I think, oh, well, yeah, it's going to have better gearing. It's not going to have grinds for conduits or legendaries or any of that dumb shit. Oh, the game's actually free to be itself, free to be the game.
I don't even know what dungeon that was.
In trying to make raiders do world content and trying to make all their conduits and their soul binds and their yada 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 yada, all that stuff, they just added so much friction into the game.
It's still there. You're just avoiding it because you, first of all, it's an alt who you could gear with flux to an extent. If you don't have flux, you can't buy those conduits, so you have to grind the flux, which is world content, which is not really end game, it's just fucking bullshit. Okay? The other thing is you're learning a new class. It's like saying, it's like, well, level, like let's say you play like me, Red Paladin, throughout your whole fucking WoW career, and then you're like, you know what? I wanna try Druid. Balanced Druid, which is a caster slash, well, you can heal as well, right? It's like, I wanna try a Druid, right? Yeah. Guess what? I would be very impressed if I get to a plus 10 on my first week, because I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing on a balanced Druid. And I wouldn't care so much about gear. I'd be like, yo, man, I'm pretty good at this game. Gear wouldn't matter. It's when you get already the gear and you're looking for the last 2 pieces and you keep farming Mythic plus 15s and you keep farming the raid and you're not getting those last 2 pieces. Yeah, guess what? You're not having so much fun, are you?
That by the time, even if you were somebody
because you're
who
already at
engaged
the
with those
level,
things, by the time you engaged with them, you were too burnt out to have intrinsic motivation to just do cool shit and enjoy the world. So
what world are you supposed to enjoy though? There's nothing to enjoy in the world.
The old situation, and that's where I am with World of Warcraft.
No, that's where you are on Disc Priest, not with World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft is the same shit. Okay, let's say this. If it wasn't because of the Disc Priest, go back to your Paladin and tell me you feel the same way. You can't. You won't.
Right now. It's just pleasing to know that once these changes were made, in a way, I've still got it. And that's good. Because sometimes you start to question yourself when you're in this situation where, you know, you raid log, you enjoy raid night with people, but for the rest of the game, you're just kind of going la 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 la, pretending that loads of things don't exist. That was just heartening. And hopefully a bit of a lesson for Blizzard. And maybe a lesson for yourself in what sorts of things can actually help to make you enjoy a game. Because I do think that being on...
Out of all of this, all I got was what's enjoyable in the game is playing different classes. The only problem is if you're playing a different class, you can't play your main, or you can't play 2 or 3 different classes. Alts in WoW is still shit.
That, you know, incremental gains, progression, treadmill, that can certainly keep you going, but I don't think it'll truly fill up your tank. Which I suppose is why I'm just not the type to endlessly grind ARPGs. Anyway, there you go. Overall, some nice good news. Let me know what your Season 4 experience has been like. And I suppose with that said, take care, and we'll see you next time.
Oh my god, bro, I can't. I'm so done with, like, fucking... I'm going to the forums right now and I'm making a fucking suggestion. I can't stand this shit. Anyways, that's it for the video and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Okay. Let's unload my anger. Log in. I'm not even playing. Wait. I hope I can even log in, to be honest. Because it always gives me problems with the online stuff. Like, yep. Yes, I approved. Okay. We actually made it in. Okay, Von Monger. Let's go to the forums. Community WoW Classic. Gameplay. Dungeons, raids, and scenarios. Yes. Is there a Mythic Plus, though? Dragonfly beta test, Dragonfly pre-patch, support. Gameplay discussion for World of Warcraft. Okay, this is the dungeons. Shade of Medivh phases. Further tweaks to Season 4 Mythical's dungeons. Can I create a post? Of course, it logged me out. This is why I said the site is so fucking dumb. Can I log in? I hate this site so much. Okay, here we go. We logged in. There we go. Topic, latest unread, new top. Can I make a new topic? New topic, okay. M plus changes I would like to see to make it fun. No, I don't care if there's... hello, dear WoW enjoyers. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. How not fun M plus is. How punishing. Punishing rather than rewarding M plus really is. And my suggestions to fix this atrocity. To maybe fix, of course. This is my, I don't know why I have to fucking say it, but it is what it is. Of course, this is my opinion. And would like would like for a civil discussion and opinions in response rather than the usual silence. Okay. Valor. Strong text. Strong text. Is that how it works? Bold and this. Okay, that's how it is. Valor points. Currently, Valor points are unlimited, uncapped, which I think is a good thing and a step in the right direction. But can we take this further to make loot a bit more interesting? But we can make it better. 1. Daily or weekly challenge to get a big chunk of Valor points. Similar to... no, I don't want to bring Final Fantasy. Valor points. Still farmable as it is now, but also can get a big chunk as a daily plus as daily reward for first dungeon, for M plus of the day or some sort, and a weekly challenge of X amount of M plus as an example. Of course, can debate what the challenges are. Similar to Conquest. Similar to Conquest day weeklies. 2. Vault should have an option to award valor points if there are no other good options for gear from the weekly vault. 3. Ability to buy a 0 out of 12 upgraded, or whatever max upgrade is, targetable gear from a vendor, thus making you able to target the item you want rather than farming a dungeon over and over to get it. 4. I think that's it though. Yeah. All right, next. Mythic Keystone. 1. Remove the mythic key mechanic. Actually, no. Mythic plus. This is a mythic plus. 1. Decrease the amount of M plus from 2 to 15 as reward to something like 2 to 5. Actually, no, wait. Before that, remove the mythic key item. Make M plus a queuable dungeon, which leads me to point number 2. Reduce the amount of M plus from 2 to 15 as the what are they? As the loot rewards, loot item level, to something like 2 to 5. Basically, 2 will add an affix, 3 will add an affix, 4 will add an affix, 5 will add an affix. In order to queue into 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, you would need to have a certain M plus score, which is already integrated into the game, so might as well make use of it. 3. Valor upgrades. Upgrades would be limited by your M plus score. So if you are unable to queue into M5, you can only upgrade to, say 10 out of 12. 4. Achieving M plus score on the level of, let's say, for argument's sake, M8, M10, M8 probably better, you would get a cosmetic reward of a dungeon set, mythic raid quality appearance, or amount, and M12 M score would reward the set appearance or the something along those lines, or something like M6 pet, M7 mount, M8 cosmetic set, M9 pet, M10 mount, M9 upgraded, M11 upgraded set. You get the point. 5. Remove timer. Very contentious topic. I don't see a reason to have a timer. If someone wants to spend 3 hours on a dungeon trying to clear it, it is their right to do so. The punishment is already the amount of time they spent doing it. If someone does it faster, their reward should be the amount of time they saved doing so. 6. M plus should always reward 5 items, 1 per character. It never feels good to be the guy running 10 dungeons but having the worst RNG and getting 0 items. I think that's about it. As far as rotations go, do I care about that? I mean, that's fine what they're doing with the 4 and 4. What else? I think that's about it. What else comes from Mythic Plus? Not really, nothing, yeah? Yeah. Great topic, let's go. Fuck it. That's a big, juicy post. We'll see if anyone replies. But first, let's go into some more League of Legends lore. And we are on the Bird and the Branch. Let's
Welcome, ladies.
Aye, my ears, my ears.
Ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the lore of League of Legends.
Let's go.
Over the next few episodes, we're going to be covering the recent short story in its 7 chapters released by Riot in preparation for the upcoming release of Talia. Similarly done to the way that Burning Tides and Shadow and Fortune were done, rather than change anything in the text, I'm just going to verbalise what's been written in the original story.
Sure.
So, without further ado, I present to you The Bird and the Branch, Chapter 1.
Bird and the Branch, and has to do with Talia? I thought it had to do with Quinn. Alright, whatever.
That power of yours was meant to destroy. You don't want to use it? Fine. Let it sink you like a stone. Those were the last words Talia heard from the Noxian captain before she slipped beneath the salty water. Words that haunted her still. 4 days had passed since that landing on the beach where she'd made her escape. At first she ran, and then, When she could no longer hear the breaking bones of the Ionian farmers and Noxian soldiers, she walked. She followed the high skirts of the mountains, not daring to look back at the carnage she'd left behind. The snow had started to fall 2 days ago, or maybe it was 3. She couldn't remember. This morning, as she passed an empty shrine, a cheerless air had begun to move through the valley. Now the wind grew stronger and broke the clouds.
Man, kind of sucks. If you're born into, like, let's say you were born in Demacia, but like you're just a regular farmer, and Noxus attacks and you get attacked because you're like, you were born in Demacia, that kind of fucking sucks, man. It's like, bro, I didn't choose here. You know, it's not like I had a choice when I was born. It's like, hey, you want to spawn in Noxus or you want to spawn in Demacia and become a farmer? Like, I'm a farmer, bro. Like, why are you attacking me? If anything, okay, you conquered this territory, I'm gonna farm for you now. Fuck it, whatever, right? It's like, he's a fucking farmer.
To reveal a sky clear and blue. A colour so pure it felt like she was drowning again. She knew that sky. As a young child, she saw it blanket the sands. But this wasn't Shurima. The wind here was not welcoming.
Okay.
Talia hugged herself, trying to remember the warmth of home. Her coat kept out the snow, but still the cold air crept in. The invisible loneliness snaked around her, sinking deep in her bones. The memory of being so far from those she loved now dropped to her knees. She shoved her hands deep in her pockets, her shaking fingertips tumbling a few well-worn stones for warmth. I am hungry. That is all this is, Talia said to no one and everyone. A hare, a little bird, great weaver, I would even take a mouse if it showed itself. As if on command, a small crunching of powdered snow sounded several strides away from her. The culprit, a grey handful of fur no bigger than her 2 fists, popped its head from a burrow. Thank you, she whispered through chattering teeth. Thank you, thank you. The animal looked at Talia inquisitively as she took one of the smooth stones from her pocket and slipped it into the leather pouch of her sling. She wasn't used to throwing from a kneeling position, but if the Great Weaver had given her this offering, she wasn't going to waste it.
Okay.
The little animal continued to watch as she wound the sling once, seating the small rock. The cold gripped Talia's body and gave her arm a jerky feel. When she had had enough speed, she unleashed the stone and, unfortunately, a harsh sneeze. The stone skipped along the snow, narrowly missing her would-be meal. Talia rocked back, the heavy weight of frustration erupting in a guttural grunt.
How do you not know a sneeze is about to happen? It's not like you're like out of nowhere. It's like, no, it's like you know, that's usually how you sneeze. There's a build-up. You feel it coming. It's not like you're like aiming a rock and it's like and what the
growl that echoed in the silence around her.
Who sneezes like that
deep,
instantly?
Clearing breaths, cold, burning her throat. Assuming you are anything like sand rabbits, if there's one of you, there are a dozen more close by.
Usually,
she said to the patch where the animal had been. Her defiant
talks to herself, yeah. Kind of like me on the stream.
Her gaze lifted from the burrow to more movement farther down the valley. She followed her winding tracks through the snow. Beyond them, through the same sparse pines, she saw a man in the shrine, and her breath caught. His wild, dark hair tangled in the wind as he sat, head bowed to his chest. He was either sleeping or meditating. She breathed a sigh of relief. No Noxian she knew would be caught doing either. She remembered the shrine's rough surface from earlier as her hands had rung along its carved edges. Talia was shaken from her reverie by a sharp crack. Then a rumble started to build. She steadied herself for the rolling earthquake that didn't arrive. The rumbling grew into a steady, terrible grinding of compacted snow on stone. Talia turned to face the mountain and saw a wall of white coming for her. She scrambled to her feet, but there was nowhere to go. She looked down at the rock peeking through the dirty ice and thought of the little animal safe in its burrow. She desperately focused, pulling on the rough edges of the visible rock.
Would it really be safe in its burrow, though? Wouldn't that be like... I guess it can burrow out after the fall. She can do the same, though. She controls the earth, right? Or is this before she has powers?
A row of thick columns sprang from the ground. The stone blockade reached far over her head just as the crushing white avalanche slammed into it with a heavy whoomph. The snow rushed up the newly made slope and spilled like a glittering wave into the valley below. Talia watched as the deadly blanket filled the little glen, covering the temple. As quickly as it had begun, the avalanche was over. Even the lonely wind stilled. The new muffled silence weighed heavily on her. The man with the wild dark hair was gone, entombed somewhere beneath all that ice and rock. She was safe from the snowslide, but her stomach lurched with a sickening realization. She hadn't just brought harm to an unsuspecting innocent. She had buried him alive. Great Weaver, Talia said to no one and everyone. What have I done?
I just watched
Talia
the next
picked
one
her
right
way
away.
quickly down the snow-covered hillside.
It's going to be a long one, I
skidding
guess.
in places and plunging thigh-deep in others. She hadn't run from a Noxian invasion fleet to then accidentally kill the first Ionian she saw. And knowing my luck, he was probably a holy man, she said.
Ashkan Ionian.
The pines in the valley had been reduced to spindly bushes half their original size. Only the tip of the shrine broke the snow surface. A string of tattered prayer flags had twisted themselves into knots, marking what used to be the far end of the glen. Talia scanned the area, looking for any trace of the man she had committed to the ice. When she'd last seen him, he'd been under the temple's eave. Perhaps it had sheltered him. As she made her way back to the temple, closer to the trees and away from the sweep of the avalanche, she saw two fingers that had broken through the surface. She half trudged, half ran to the pale fingertips. Please don't be dead. Please don't be dead. Please. Talia dropped carefully to her knees and started to scoop away the icy powder. She uncovered fingers as strong as steel. She reached in and gripped the man's wrist, her own clenching hands barely obeying. Her teeth chattered, shaking her body and drowning out any pulse of life she might have felt in the man. If you're not dead already, she said to the man beneath the snow, then you've got to help me. She looked around. There was no one else. She was all he had. Talia let go of his fingers and backed away a few paces. She laid her numb palms to the surface of the snow and tried to remember what the floor of the little valley had looked like before the avalanche. Loose stones, gravel. The memory swam, then coalesced in her mind. It was dark, a coarse charcoal grey with flecks of white, like Uncle Adnan's beard. Talia held tightly to the vision and pulled up from deep below the snowpack. The crust of ice erupted in front of her, quickly followed by a towering ribbon of granite balancing a lone figure. The suddenly flexible stone wavered at its peak, as if looking to her for guidance. Unsure of any safe landing, Talia pushed them both toward the spindly pines, hoping their boughs might break his fall. The granite ribbon fell short, collapsing into the snow with a heavy puff, but the evergreen arms caught the man before casually dropping him to the surface. If you were alive, please don't be dead now, Talia said as she hurried toward him. The sunlight faltered above her. Dark clouds were moving into the valley. More snow would soon be upon them. Beyond the trees, she saw an opening to a small cave. Talia blew warm breath into her hands and willed them to stop shaking.
Okay.
She bent close to the man, reaching out to touch his shoulder. He let out a painted grunt. Before Talia could pull back, there was a quick breeze and a metallic flash. The sharp, cold edge of the man's blade pressed at her throat.
The fuck?
Not yet time to die, he said in a broken whisper. He coughed and his eyes rolled back in his head.
And
The
passed out.
sword dipped to the snow, but the man did not release his weapon. The first snowflake flitted past Talia's chapped face. From the look of it, you're pretty hard to kill, she said. But if we're caught in this storm, we might just find out if that's true.
Yeah,
The
basically.
man's breathing was shallow, but at least he was still alive. Talia reached under the man's arm and dragged him towards the small cave. The lonely
Hey, did she find Gangplank or some shit like that? Why would Gangplank be there?
wind had returned. Talia bent to pick up a rounded stone the size and colour of a small hank of raw wool. She shivered and looked back into the cave. The ragged man was still propped against the wall, his eyes closed. She pushed the bit of dried meat she'd found in the man's pack around in her mouth, hoping he wouldn't begrudge sharing if he lived.
What did she grab?
His closed. She pushed the bit of dried meat she'd found in the man's pack around in her mouth, hoping he wouldn't begrudge sharing if he lived. She stepped back into the warmth of the cave. The slabs of rock she had stacked still glowed with a wavering heat. She knelt. Talia hadn't been sure her trick of warming the stones in her pocket would work with something larger. The young Shuriman closed her eyes and focused on the stack of rocks. She remembered the glistening sun on the sands, the way the heat sank deep in the earth long into the night. She relaxed and loosened her coat as the dry warmth settled around her, then set to work on the stone in her hands. She turned it, wrapping and pushing it with her thoughts until it was hollowed like a bowl.
Couldn't Talia essentially create fire as well? I mean, probably not with like wet rock, but I mean, like, if she has the right rocks, if she can control them, she can just like, you know, and get like some fire going.
Satisfied, she
obviously like she needs wood and all that. I get it, but I'm just saying, like, can she essentially make fire?
Opening with her newly formed dish. A male voice groaned behind her, like a sparrow gathering crumbs. Even sparrows get thirsty, she replied, scooping up a bowl full of clean snow. The cold wind whispered around her. Talia set the round stone into the stack of hot rocks in front of her. You gather stones by hand? That seems tedious for someone who can weave rock.
Yep.
A heat rose to Talia's cheeks that had nothing to do with the little stone hearth.
Oh.
You're not angry, are you? I mean, about the snow and the man laughed and then clutched his side with a groan. Your actions tell me all I need to know. His gritted teeth still held the edge of a smile. You could have left me to die.
Fair.
It was my mistake that put you in danger. I wasn't going to leave you buried in the snow. My thanks. Although I could have done without the tumble through the trees. Talia grimaced and then opened her mouth. The man held out a hand to stop her. Do not apologize. He strained and pulled himself upright, taking a closer look at Talia and the ornament in her hair. A Shuriman sparrow. He closed his eyes and relaxed into the heat of the stone hearth.
So she's the bird?
You're a long way from home, little bird. What brings you to a remote cave in Ionia? Noxus. The man raised a dark eyebrow but kept his eyes closed. They said I would bring people together in Noxus, that my power would strengthen her walls, but they only wanted me to destroy. Her voice grew thick with disgust. They told me they would teach me. They have, but only half the lesson, he said.
So was she like a mercenary for Noxus or some shit like that? And then they used her power, like she was told she's gonna be using her power to save people and shit, but actually what happened was they used her to destroy him?
Without emotion. They wanted me to bury a village, to murder people in their homes. Talia let out an impatient snort, and I escaped only to bring a mountain down on you. The man lifted his sword and looked down the length of the blade. A small breeze wiped it clean of dust. Destruction, creation, neither is wholly good or bad.
True.
You cannot have one without the other.
True.
What matters is intent, the why, and choosing your path. That is the only real choice we have. Talia stood up, irritated at the lecture. My path is away from this place, away from everyone. Until I learn to control what's inside of me, I don't trust myself not to hurt my people.
Fair enough.
A bird's trust is not in the branch beneath her. Talia had stopped listening. She was already at the mouth of the cave, wrapping her coat tightly around her. The wind whistled in her ears. I'm going to try and find us something to eat. Hopefully I won't bring the rest of the mountain down on you. The man settled against the warm stone at his back, speaking softly to no one and everyone. Are you sure it is the mountain you seek to conquer, little sparrow? A bird pecked at a thin pine nearby. Talia kicked at the snow, accidentally shoving a clump of it into the top of her boot. She pulled at the cuff roughly, annoyed at the man's words and at the melting ice.
I do feel the changes they made to Talia's rocks, where it's like if you use any dash ability, a blink or whatever, you become snared. I feel like that's actually a good change, but it's too much of a hard counter to like so many champions. It's really annoying who rely on their on like those type of abilities for mobility, because they have none. Like she basically counters Riven, she counters Aatrox to an extent, right? Which I can't say she counters Kassadin because the snare is not long enough and he just fucks her up. Who else is relying on like their dashes realistically? Because like the dash still goes through, but it's not a big dash, so it's like
Ice slipping past her ankle.
But yeah, it's such an annoying ability now.
The why of the path? I left my people, my family, to protect them from me.
Yeah.
She stopped. An unnatural hush had settled. Any small game that had been nearby had long since disappeared at the sound of her stomping feet. Not sensing any danger from the girl, the little bird had kept to its branch and twittered at her angry rants. Now even the bird song was silenced. Talia stood cautiously. In her anger, she had wandered further than she had intended from the cave. She was drawn more to the stone than the wood, and had absently followed an exposed ridge until she found herself looking down from a rocky cliff. She didn't think the man would follow her, yet she sensed something watching her. More lectures? She asked indignantly. There was a bone-vibrating exhalation in response. She slipped one hand into her coat and the other reached for her sling. 3 stones tumbled in her pocket. She clutched at one just as loose gravel betrayed the movement of a stalker behind her. Talia turned to face the presence at her back. There, padding carefully around sharp crags, was a great Ionian snow lion. Even standing on 4 stout legs, it towered over her. The beast was easily twice as long as she was tall, its thick neck covered in a short mane of tawny white. The lion watched the girl. It dropped 2 fleshly slain hairs from its jaws and licked a drizzle of red from a canine bigger than her forearm. Just a moment ago, the high view from the cliff where she stood had been thrilling. Now it left her trapped. If she ran, she would be chased down in an instant. Talia swallowed, trying to push down the panic that was rising in her throat. She fit a stone into her sling and began to spin it. Okay. Get out of here, she said. The words came out with none of the terror she felt inside. The lion took a step closer. The girl released the stone from her sling. It hit the great beast near the mane, the fur taking the brunt of the impact. The animal growled its displeasure, and Talia could not separate the heavy resonance from her own heart.
It wasn't enough damage to scare him.
She fit another stone into the sling. Go on, she shouted, feigning more courage. I said get out of here!
Go on.
Talia let the next stone fly.
Why does it remind me of like Ciri? Who did she meet? A little horse. Go on, get out of here.
The predator's hungry snarl grew louder. The bird in the thin pine, sensing no good could come of this encounter, leapt from the branch and took off on a current of air. Alone, Talia reached into her pocket for her last stone. Her hands shook from the cold of the fear coursing through her. The rock slipped from her fingers and hit the ground, rolling away. She looked up. The lion's head bobbed between Muscle's shoulders as it took another step toward her. The throwing stone was just out of reach. You gather stones by hand, the man's word echoed in her mind. Maybe there was another way. Talia reached out to the stone with her will. The small rock shuddered, but there was also a quiver in the ground beneath her. The bow beside her still trembled from where the bird had taken flight. A bird's trust is not in the branch. The choice was clear. She could either stand frozen in her doubt, letting the beast come for her, or lean into her power and take the leap. Talia, a girl born in a desert land far beyond the shores of snow-capped Ionia, held on to the image of the bird and empty branch that bounced. In that moment, she forgot the imminent death before her. The loneliness that haunted her fell away and was replaced by her last dance on the sands. She felt her mother, her father, Babajan, the whole tribe encircling her. Her whispered promise to return to them when she finally gained mastery over her gifts. She met the gaze of the beast. I've given up too much to let you stop me. The stone began to warp beneath her in a graceful crescent.
She got angry.
She held on to the warmth of that last embrace and leapt. A rumbling built beneath her, louder than the growl of the beast. The lion tried to back away, but it was already too late. The ground split beneath its thick paws into a sluice of swirling gravel, the weight of the creature pulling it further down the crumbling cliff. For a brief moment, Talia floated above the flurry of dissolving earth. The rock beneath her continued to splinter into 1,000 tiny pieces, no longer solid enough to control. She knew she couldn't hold on to the destruction forever. The girl started to fall. Before she could say goodbye to the coarse world fracturing around her, a strong wind lifted her up. Fingers like steel grasped at the collar of her coat. I didn't realize you were serious about bringing down the mountain, little sparrow. With a grunt, the man pulled Talia up onto the newly created ledge. I now understand why much of your desert is flat. A laugh bubbled up from within her. She was actually relieved to hear his patronizing voice. Talia looked over the side of the cliff and stood up. She dusted herself off, picked up the lion's discarded hairs, and walked back towards the little cave with a new skip in her step. Talia bit her bottom lip. She looked around the inn, excitedly bouncing in her seat. The evening was late and the wooden table sparsely populated. It had been so long since
I wonder why he split this into so many parts. It's kind of like, technically, like, he could have just done like a full-on Talia video, really. They're all very short as well, so it's not like the Shadow and Fortune, which were like massively long. Then I'm like, okay, that makes sense, right?
Brown people. She looked at her grim companion who had insisted on the darkened corner booth. The man who now served as her teacher didn't count. The scowl he had worn since agreeing to a meal at the remote inn offered little in the way of camaraderie. When it was clear that he was much a stranger here as anyone else, he relaxed a little bit and settled into the shadows, his back firmly to the wall with a drink in hand. Now that he was no longer distracted, his concentration and watchful eye returned to her. You must focus, he said. You cannot hesitate.
Focus.
Talia studied the leaves swirling at the bottom of her cup. The lesson today had been a difficult one. It had not gone well. In the end, they had both been covered in dust and shattered rock. Danger comes when your attention is divided, he said. I could hurt someone, she said, eyeing the new rip in the mantle round the man's neck. Her own clothes had not fared well either. She looked down at her new overcoat and travelling skirt. The innkeeper's wife had taken pity on her and offered what she had on hand, cast-offs left by some previous patron. The long sleeves in the Ionian style would take some getting used to, but the rich fabric was sturdy and well woven. She had kept her simple tunic faded from so much wear, determined not to give up what last bit of home she had left. Nothing was broken that cannot be mended. Control comes through practice. You are capable of much more. Remember, you have improved. But what if I fail? She asked. The man's gaze drifted as he watched the far door to the inn push open. A pair of merchants came in, stamping off the dusty road. The innkeeper motioned to the open tables near Talia and the man. The first moved toward them, while the second waited for his drink. Everyone fails, Talia's companion said. A small edge of frustration passed over the man's face, marring his otherwise restrained demeanour. Failure is just a moment in time. You must keep moving, and it too will pass. One of the merchants took a seat at a nearby table and watched Talia, his eyes drifting from the pale lavender of her tunic to the glimmer of gold and stone in her hair. Is that Shuriman girl? Talia did her best to ignore the merchant. He caught the protected glare of her companion and laughed it off. Would have been rare once, the merchant said. The girl stared at her hands. It's a bit more common now that your people's lost city has risen. Talia looked up. What?
Oh. Wait, she doesn't know? She doesn't know that Azir is back?
Word has it the rivers flowed backward too. The merchant waved a hand in the air, poking fun at mysteries of a far-off people he considered simple. All because your bird god had returned from the grave.
Oh, Azir is the bird! Azir's the bird! Oh, that makes sense.
Whatever he is, don't make any difference. It all threatens trade. The second merchant joined the first.
Why?
They say he aims to collect his people, misses his slaves and all that.
Oh,
Good
no.
thing you're here and not their girl, the first merchant added. The second merchant looked up from his ale, suddenly noticing Talia's companion. "You look familiar," he said. "I've seen your face before." The door to the inn opened again. A group of guards entered, eyeing the room carefully. The one in the middle, clearly a captain of some sort, noticed the girl and her companion. Talia could feel a quiet panic rise in the room as the few guests stood and made their way quickly to the exits. Even the merchants got up and left.
Wait, so who's the guy?
The captain waded through the empty stools towards them. He stopped a blade's length from the table where they sat. "Murderer," he said.
Murderer?
"So
Wait.
this is where you've been hiding,"
Wait, does it say it to her or to the guy?
the captain said. "Savor that drink, it'll be your last." Talia was on her feet just as she heard the whisper of steel drawn next to her. She looked over to see her teacher staring down the room full of
Oh,
guards.
it was the guy, yeah.
"This man, Yaswo," the captain spat the word, "is guilty of assassinating a village elder. His crime warrants..."
You just called him Gazlo? Oh, no, no, no. Oh. Is this her teacher? Gazlo? Okay. Now the story got better.
It's the punishment of death, to be carried out on sight. One of the guards levelled a loaded crossbow. Another knocked an arrow into a longbow nearly as tall as the girl. "Kill me," Yasuo said. "You can try."
Oh!
"Wait!"
Oh, never mind. It's Joshua, bro. It's the wind shitter. Holy hell.
Talia cried out. But before the word had finished on her lips, she heard the trigger snap and the reverberating hum of the longbow's release. In the heartbeats that followed, a whirling gust picked up inside the inn. It spiraled out from the man beside her, blowing abandoned glasses and wooden dinner trenches off of tables. It reached the arrows, breaking them mid-flight.
What?
Pieces fell to the ground with a hollow clatter.
Goddamn.
More gods swarmed in, their swords already pulled from their
Bro, so she almost killed Yasuo. By mistake. Imagine.
sheaths. Talia laid down a field of sharp stone, pulling up each rock through the floor in a violent explosion to keep the men at bay. Yasuo slid through the crowd of soldiers trapped in the room. They brandished their weapons, foolishly trying to parry the sword that stormed around them, its metal arcing like lightning. It was too late.
Dashing.
Yasuo's blade flashed in and out of the men, trailing lethal ribbons of red in a whirlwind behind him. When all those who had come for the man had finally fallen, Yasuo paused, his breathing heavy and fierce. His gaze locked with the girl's, and he prepared to speak. Talia held out her hand in warning. There, at his back, rose the captain with crazed eyes and a broken smile.
I was thinking, like, which elder did he kill? And I was like, oh yeah, he was framed for killing the elder he was supposed to protect, because he left his duty to go fight Noxians. And then when he came back, the elder was dead. Yeah.
He wielded his sword with both hands to keep a grip on the blood-slicked pommel. "Get away from him!" Talia pulled at the cobbled floor of the inn, the flat stones erupting, lifting the captain off his feet.
Oh shit.
As the captain's body was knocked up, Yasuo was there to meet it, the cold blade cutting through the captain's chest in 3 quick
they
strikes.
did the combo. She knocked him up and Yasuo hard. Boom.
The body fell to the floor and was still. More shouting was coming from outside. "We must leave, now," Yasuo said. He looked
Be a
at the
good
girl.
time to leave.
"You can do this. Do not hesitate." Talia nodded. The ground rumbled, shaking the walls until the thatched roof began to vibrate. The girl tried to contain the power she felt growing from beneath the floor of the inn. A vision passed in her mind.
Oh.
Her mother, hemming a raw edge of cloth, singing to herself, her even stitches running away from her hand, her fingers
Okay.
a blur of motion.
That was a mistake.
The rock beneath the inn burst in great rounded arcs. Stone columns threaded themselves in and out of the ground like a wave. Talia felt the earth rise, carrying her out into the dark night, the wild wind that was Yasuo following close behind.
Okay.
Yasuo looked
Part
back
7.
at the distant inn.
There
The round
it is.
stitches of stone had sewn the path shut and blocked off any oncoming approach. It had bought them time, but dawn would be coming soon.
Not
And
gonna
with it,
lie. This is one of the worst katanas I've seen in arts. Just
More
saying.
meant for them. For him. They knew you. Talia's voice was quiet. Yasuo. She held on to the last word.
Yasuo.
We need to keep moving. They wanted you dead.
I know why it says
Yasuo let
Yasuo
out a
instead of
breath.
Yasuo.
There are a lot of people who want me dead.
Like the W-O
said.
instead of O-W.
And now some will want
Even though
you
there's
dead
no
as
W.
well. If it matters, they named a crime I did not commit.
Mm-hmm.
I know. Yasuo was not the name he had given on their journey, but it did not matter. She had not asked about his past in the time they travelled together.
True.
In truth, she had not asked anything of him except to be taught.
Yep.
She watched her mentor now. It seemed her trust was almost painful to him, perhaps more than if she thought him guilty. He turned and began walking away from her. Where are you going? Shurima's to the west. Confusion rose in her voice. Yasuo did not turn back to face her. My place is not Shurima, and neither is yours, not yet. His words were cool and measured,
Interesting.
as if he was steeling himself against a coming storm.
How would he know? Last I checked, he was a samurai who clearly can't read the future because he abandoned his duty to go fight Noxians because he thought his duty was not it, and then he got screwed over. Who are you to tell her where she needs to go? You're the worst example.
You heard the merchants. The lost city has risen. Tales to scare the tradesmen and drive up the price of Shuriman linen, he said. And if a living god walks the sands, you don't know what that means. He will reclaim what he has lost, the people who once served him, the tribes. Talia's voice strained with the emotion of the evening, her words boiling over. She had journeyed so far to protect them, and now she was a world away when they needed her.
True.
She reached out, a hand's breadth from pulling on his arm. Anything to make him listen, to make him see. He will enslave my family. Her words echoed off the rock around them. I must protect them, don't you?
Will he though? Why did Azir become like an enslaver? I mean, if they resist, maybe.
Understand that. A gust of wind picked up, stirring pebbles on the ground and whipping Yasuo's black hair about his face. Protect, he said, his voice barely a whisper. Does your great weaver not watch over them? The words now came through gritted teeth. The man, her teacher, turned towards his lone student, anger flashing in his dark, haunted eyes, the raw emotion startling her.
Protect.
The training is unfinished. You risk your life returning to them.
Protect.
She stood her ground and faced him. They are worth my life.
Yep.
The wind swirled around them, but the
That's how
girl
it
was
is, brother.
immovable. Yasuo gave a long sigh and looked back to the east. A hint of light had
Always
begun to break
to the
through
east.
black night. The last of the turbulent gusts calmed. You could come with me, she offered. The hard lines of the man's jaw relaxed. I've heard the desert mead is quite good, he said. A soft breeze tugged at the girl's hair, and then the moment was gone, replaced again by a memory of pain. But I am not finished in Ionia.
True.
Talia studied
He
him
needs to
carefully
find
and
the
reached
guy.
inside her tunic, breaking a long loose thread. She offered the length of hand-spun wool to him. He looked at it suspiciously.
I caught it. I'm sorry.
It's a tradition of thanks among my people,
caught the fly,
Talia
definitely.
explained. To give a piece of yourself is to be remembered. The man took the thread gingerly and tied back his wild hair with it. He weighed his next words carefully. Follow this to the next river valley and that river to the sea, he said, gesturing towards a lightly worn deer path. There is a lone fisherwoman there. Tell her you wish to see the Freljord. Give her this.
Freljord.
The
Oh,
man
okay.
drew a dried maple seed from a leather pouch at his belt and pressed it into her hand. In the frozen north there are a people that resist Noxian rule. With them you might find passage back to your sands. What is this? Freljord, she said, testing the word in her mouth.
Bro, like,
Ice.
she lived under a rock, she doesn't even know geography. How did Noxians take her as like a soldier or mercenary, and like she doesn't even know the world?
He said. Stone, he added with a wink. It was her turn to smile. You will move quickly with the mountains beneath you. Use your power, creation, destruction, embrace it, all of it.
Yeah.
Your wings have carried you far, he said. They may even carry you home. Talia stared at the path leading down into the river valley. She hoped her tribe was safe. Perhaps the danger she imagined was just that.
Yeah, perhaps.
If they saw her now, what would they think? Would they recognize her? Babajan said that no matter what colour the thread, no matter how thick or thin the draft was, as it was taken up on the spindle, a part of the wool always remained what it had been when it started. Talia remembered, and took comfort in that. I trust you will weave the right balance. Safe journey, little sparrow. Talia turned to face her companion, but he was already gone. The only sign he had been there were a few blades of grass that rustled in the morning air.
Damn, he's fast.
I'm sure the Great Weaver has a plan for you too, she said. Talia tucked the maple seed carefully into her coat
The Great
and started
Weaver.
down the path into
Weaver
the
of
valley.
Fate.
The stone
Weaver
beneath her
Spider.
boots rising eagerly to greet her.
Cool. All right, so that was actually pretty good overall. The only reason I don't like these because the first three are so like usually like even here, Shadow and Fortune, for example. Like I didn't like it because like the first three like nothing was happening. Same with Burning Tides. Like first 2 or 3 nothing was happening. Shit like that. It's just like I get it. It's build up, but like holy fuck, man. You know, it's like such a long build up, kind of. But yeah, anyways, yeah, so that's basically Talia. I don't know, like, the Burn the Branch, but it's basically story of Talia, you know? It is what it is. Anyways, yeah. So that's Burn and Branch, Talia story. And next we're going back to Azir, which is probably, like, my favorite story so far, so good shit. See you in the next one. Before that, I got 3 replies. Oh boy, here we go again. Save you some time. Move this to general discussion. The people of DRS actually like WoW. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. How punishing rather than rewarding Mythic Plus really is. Except Mythic Plus is by far the most rewarding form of endgame content. You get 46% end of dungeon drops that can be upgraded to heroic raid equivalent loot and vaulted drops mythic raid equivalent. Raiders can't upgrade loot and vault is limited to the difficulty they complete. Even Ian is saying it is too rewarding. They only did Uncapped Valor because of the experimentation and shortened season. It's too much and really upsets the endgame loot progression even more in regards to PvP and raid. Non-key pushers are left in the dirt even more than usual seasons. Because Valor Cap was too restrictive, but Uncapped is too much. Reduce the amount of Mythic Plus. What would the purpose of this be? For the queues. Remove timer. No, the timer is what makes Mythic Plus a challenge. No, it's not. Scan alone is very soft. The timer and having to pull at a certain pace is the challenge. We don't want 5-man raids. Mythic Plus should always reward 5 items somehow, so you are just entitled for loot. The more I read, the more I see you just want handouts. That the key levels would be massively jarring and progress would feel fast. It's already considering pretty jarring at 4, 7, 10 when the new affix is added for noobs. Last thing the game needs is 2, 7, 11, 15, 20. Should always tell you a secret. Every key past 15 has, I know this, 20 your harms and get 3. At 25 guarantee 4. When it used to drop 3 baseline, drop 5 at 20 and 22 at Prison Chess. You'd know that if you did the content though. I actually do know this. I don't see a reason for this though. What else would we... As it stands, M plus, if done in a pug, takes approx 4 to 6 min per time. 30-ish min run, 20-ish min forming group, 10 min, 30 to 40 min run, 10 to 15 min forming group, 5 min to actually start it. Rough estimate. Anything was by far the most rewarding form of endgame content you get for it. Okay. Let's see. This guy. Quote. Just because it is the most rewarding doesn't mean maybe. As well as it stands, you are they only did uncapped value because of the experimental. Even more in regards to PvP and raid, non-key pushers are left in the dirt even more than usual seasons. Yeah, this is not... Yep. Yep, not a good... Other... in other content. Pages long. No vacuum. What would the purpose of that be? Ball, rather than a key. Let's, if you had 50 would be that should always reward the master. You're just entitled for loot. I just want to play more than one class at a time, and loot doesn't, and current allow that. Rough estimate, this is a gross over exaggeration. Is it though? How long would it take you to form a pug or plus 15? No regular season. Heck. I don't even know. Form a pug and finish the run. Plus 15 regular season. Heck. Oh. Can I edit this? No? Hello? Oh, I can edit this though. Hello? Where's the edit? Oh, go. The group Mythic Raids are inaccessible, Mythic Plus is far from it. I mean, again. Bro, I hate the forums, man. Edit. Save edit. Let's see. Tell you a secret, yeah, I know. That the key levels would be massively jarring and progress would feel fast. Try to consider it pretty jarring at 4, 7, 10 when a new affix is added for noobs. Last thing the game needs is 2, 7, 11, 15, 20. I know what 2, 7, 11, 15, 20 means. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 4 affixes. Yeah. I used to like WoW, yeah. Imagine rating scenarios. Would you not? But here we go again. Let's do some time with this to general discussion. Let's see. Yeah, no, that's to reply. Like, am I entitled for loot? Yeah, but like, why are you holding loot hostage, you know? Just because this is the most boring. Even if raid got a buff to drop smith class as it is now, would still blow it out of the water because of upgradable loot and vault drops being higher than the content completed. It still blows it up, like it doesn't matter. The purpose is so you could make it queuable dungeon. LMAO Plus does not belong in queuable content. Let's end that discussion. There's a reason LFR has major abilities completely turned off. Some do no damage and you get buffed or wiping. But why would this be a thing? Okay. And Brave got a buff, Myth Plus as it is now. Can fixed with dungeon specific sets which won't work or won't help in content or PvP content. I know, I am asking a lot of the dev team. If that does not belong in queuable, quote, not do no damage and you get buffed. I don't know why you compare to LFR. M3 would be comparable to M4 to M4. M4 would be comparable to no wait. M2 equals M2, M3 equals M4, M4 equals M7, M5 equals M10 as affixes go. LT of mobs, HP can be adjusted to the higher level of those brackets, such as M5 equals M15, example. On your way, able to queue into higher plus would be to use the already implemented score. Then people play more than one class. How many classes, class specs, can you play at high-end content during a single patch? Realistically. You have a job and stuff, I mean. Typical rounds can be finished in 5 minutes at most to fill. At which level of key? About. If you are the one looking for the group, you are the one forming group. Dungeon. You usually heart most times. It's not accessible to anyone. Everyone has a key. Everyone can get a 2 going in 45 seconds. Stream and travel into... never mind that. I don't think there's a single thing in game designed for the vast majority of players, and Mythic Plus currently fits the bill way better than most. Rating, massive time commitment, social energy commitment, PvP, huge knowledge gap from the very beginning. Mythic Plus, anyone can do up to a 5, no matter what. No guarantee past that point. It's not accessible to anyone. Everyone has a key, everyone can get the 2 going. Why would M2 be the goal? Usually I'd say M10 or M15. M9. M9. Never mind, I don't think there's a single thing in game designed for vast majority of players. Plus is by far currently the better option of the others. However, still think other systems, other end game systems. Moving Marijuana guarantee past that point. Quite often. Some people just troll and leave. Go down. Good. Our system, it is by far more punishing than it is rewarding. And trying to get loot. Let's show. What's this? He wants 100% drop chance and queuable in plus. Let's also not forget how fast queues are for any queuable content as it is. Which is why I want to reduce the amount of M pluses doors to make it more accessible as a queue option. Of course, I want 100% loot drop for every participant. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Oh. Cancel. Discard. Edit. I forget how fast queues are for any queuable content as it is. Fast. They will still be faster than like directly queuing. I don't know. Like, why are these people so adamant about time gating loot though? I don't get it. What's this? Oh, it's just a sign for the thing. I don't understand WoW players, bro. Like, they're against getting loot. Why won't you? All this does. Oh my god, bro. I find this so entertaining though. Like, why do people hate loot so much? It's crazy. Why are we all paladins though? Oh my god, bro. Wait, isn't Soft Serve a mythic raiding guild? I feel like it is. No, not that. I want the Trans Lives Matter. Jesus Christ. Why land so mean? Your profile. Soft serve. 298, whatever. They're a mythic raiding guild, I think, right? Mythic the Jailer Guild run. Yep, there we go. What's this guy's name? Can also be fixed with dungeon-specific sets, which I already asked. General discussion with specific load. People don't want to carry multiple gear sets, let alone dungeon-specific. That's another... Okay. Because as soon as it becomes queuable and expectations change, queuable content is expected to have a high rate of success. You and I both know the majority of players are terrible at the game. That means massive nerfs to content for people who actually like challenge. You can still directly go to anything past M5 with a pre-made. You can also pre-made for M2 to 5, and also there is a mythic score rec to queue into the higher into the 2 to 5. So not much of an issue, I think. This is a problem with bags, which again I know, asking too much from devs, but can be solved. Development effort. I always play one toon per expansion. I know 2 people who I run with that have 2 toons at 2400 plus score this season, another friend who has 4 alts running 20 plus. So basically, out of 38 options, the most you know of is one person who can run 4 classes. Not even sure. Winners and say 8. What's this? Your ideas for Valor seemed okay. Wouldn't mind a quest that gave a lot of Valor from Vault. The rest of it, I had to shield my eyes for a moment. Sure, whatever. Oh my god. Almost no one's talking about the Valor, so whatever. Like to elaborate. Not exactly. This is entertaining. Refresh. Thank you. Let's see. Let's see what Buddy here says. Well, this will come on like a level 41 character. Oh, they're copying stuff. Okay, that's why it's taking so long. Oh, I gotta go to sleep, man. How's this? Oh. Okay. Oh, now it's gonna be like a yeah, video and a video and a video. That's cool. She's so smart. Yeah, so there you go. So pre-made groups will be harder than queuable, but drops will be the same. How does that sound like a good idea? Never said it would be harder. Never said it would be harder. But you can always challenge yourself if you want by going to higher and plus. 5 isn't the limit. The most you know, WoW is an mmoRPG, not an action RPG. You're supposed to spend time on character progression. True, but also, yeah. And I would like to also progress more than onto classes. Yeah. No game that doesn't allow you to completely enjoy it. Character you wanted with the corruptions. And the resources. G. Things like every RPG out there. holding loot hostage when it becomes I don't even want to go. Hands on. To go into how bad it feels. Would you like to elaborate? I was typing it out actually. Thank you. Remove the mythic key item. Make N plus queuable. No. Will it be okay with mythic zeros being queuable, but there's no conceivable reason for keys to be queuable? This idea has been beaten to death. Not sure why. I genuinely do not understand this max item level from a +5. The cosmetic mount or pet rewards I don't really care about. I'd like them, but only if they'd be unique. If they would be unique. Purposes for them. Yes. The +5 in this example is as hard as +15. Right. And move 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Jump from 9 to 15. Firing. Decent amp score in the game. Remove timer, very continuous. This is the part I have the largest issue with. The timer is what makes it fun and challenge. Mythic was speedrunning scaling content. You can still speedrun it. You can still speedrun it. Still speedrun it. As much. I know some people don't, but I enjoy beating the timer of progressively harder dungeons. I'm not actually in it for the gear. The gear is just a very nice. Yeah. The gear is just a very nice bonus. I gasp. Gasp. Actually enjoy improving myself and pushing myself to clear more difficult content. Me too. I cleared up to 23s. In the day. Of it. But timer. I think that they could make an alternative or more fleshed out non-M plus 5 man feature, but I like M plus in its current iteration and know many others do as well. Score requirement to queue wouldn't solve anything because all someone has to do is get carried once and they're in. Always challenge yourself. Sackless already explained why your compressed key levels would be a bad idea. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Or at least I didn't explain it. What's the other one? Score requirement to queue wouldn't solve anything because all someone has to do is get carried once and they're in. What's the difference? What's the difference between that and how it works now? Well, we can. That's the issue. Let's see, sackless. Inaccessible. Nope. Nope. The key levels would be massively jarring. And progress would feel fast. It's already considered pretty jarring at 4.7.10 when the new affix is added for noobs. Last thing the game needs is Here's example. I don't know what he's talking about, man. Then you aren't understanding. I actually am not, yeah. Yeah, I'm literally not the way I read it. Yeah, I actually am not understanding. You're correct. You're understanding it. I'll give you another few minutes to... yeah, yeah, no. The way I see it, his argument kinda in my favor. What's the issue? He explained pretty clearly why it's a bad idea. No, he didn't. Are you saying that having an affix on each OT will be more jarring than having to run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 through 15? I don't see it though. You clearly said it would be faster. Anyways, this is gonna continue for a while. I'll make a video about this later on summarizing it, but for now I have to go because I gotta go to sleep in like 20 minutes, so I'm gonna call the stream here and